Welcome to my channel. Like and subscribe for more videos like this. I time traveled a little too early. Chapter 21. As soon as I turned into the alley, I heard gunfire. With George's hearing, he could still hear clearly that when he met the two people who were supporting each other before, one of them shouted to the other, "Master, leave quickly. I will cut off your back. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave." Another slightly childish voice sounded, "I won't leave, Uncle Chen, let's fight out together." George listened to the familiar Chinese language and did not delay any longer. He directly raised his gun and attacked directly from behind the other group of people. Bang bang bang, several gunshots rang out in succession, and the 8 people with their backs to George were shot to death before they could react. With the shooting skills of a dead shooter, this is just a basic operation. After all 8 people were shot dead, the gunfire suddenly became quieter. Only the other side didn't know the situation and was still firing back. George shouted directly in Chinese, "Friends on the opposite side, you can stop. The person who attacked you has been dealt with." The 2 people on the opposite side heard the shouting and stopped fighting back. "Uncle Chen, it seems that the attack from the other side has indeed stopped. Are you here to rescue?" said the man known as the young master. "Master, don't move yet. There is rescue here and there. I don't know if it's a trap yet. I'll go out and have a look first." After saying that, he stood up. Then he shouted to George, "Which side is the friend opposite? It's not like that over there. I just want to help you because you are Chinese." After George finished speaking, he put the gun in his waist. He opened his hands slightly to let the visitor who had walked not far away see him. The man known as Uncle Zhang saw a handsome blonde man standing opposite, with his hands in the air. He even asked in disbelief, "It was you who killed us just now?" George replied in Chinese, "Yes, look, there is no one else here, right? Well, thank you. I just didn't expect you to speak such standard Chinese. Haha, okay, we'll talk later, we'd better get out of here now." At this time, the young man who had been hiding behind also came out. The 3 of them left here quickly, and George followed them in a roundabout way to a private rental house. On the way, George learned from them that these 2 people were disciples of the Chinese Hong Gang in California. The young man was the son of Fu Heng, the leader of the California branch of the Hong Gang, named Fu Chuangxiu, and the older one was an old brother named Chen Ming who followed Fu Heng. They had been in Chinatown, California, and this time they came to Nevada at the invitation of Fu Chuangxiu's classmates to watch the annual Texas Hold'em poker competition at Reno Casino. But I don't know how the enemy found out, so he set up an ambush. Fortunately, Chen Ming protected them all the way. Although the 2 were injured, their lives were saved. During this period, there were approximately 40 Chinese Americans in the United States, mainly distributed in cities along the east and west coasts. Moreover, the Chinese are quite united outside and generally do not leave Chinatown. Therefore, the conflicts with other underworld organizations are relatively small. This time, Chen Ming estimates that it is also the Jewish gang who wants to sell cocoa powder to Chinatown. After being rejected by the Hall leader Fu Heng, he wanted to kidnap Fu Chuangxiu to coerce the Hong Gang to open the market. George secretly thought that this was really interesting. It was this Jewish gang that he met twice in a row, which made George's impression of the Jewish gang even worse. The Jews were purged during World War II, which seemed tragic, but it also had its own reasons. Because Germany at that time was one of the countries that accepted the most Jews in the world, but the Jews did not make any contribution to Germany, but plundered wealth. Eventually the Germans rebelled, and the Jews were avenged. Moreover, in the previous world, China was one of the few countries to provide protection to the Jews during World War II. What did the Jews do? Later, a large part of the Jews got together with the chickens and launched a famous puffer plan in an attempt to establish a Jewish state in the northeast of China. Moreover, the famous Chinese Exclusion Act in the United States was directly promoted by Jews. This has to be said about a Jew named Samuel Gompers. Samuel Gompers immigrated to New York from England in 1863. At that time, when he was young, he worked as a low-level cigar worker. However, a large part of the cigar workers in the United States at that time were Jews. However, it is not them who are the best at making cigars, but the Asian workers in California, including those from China. The Chinese people were always hard-working and the quality of the cigars they made was high. The wages were low at the time, making it difficult for Jewish workers at that time to earn much money. From this moment on, Samuel Gompers hated the Celestial Empire. Because Jews had always been involved in labor unions, and because Samuel Gompers was enthusiastic about union activities, he quickly gained great popularity among industry workers. Finally, in 1875, he became president of the American Cigar Union. Then from this day on, Samuel Gompers began to use this identity to initiate the Chinese Exclusion Act and incite the hatred of Asians among white workers at the time. Anti-Chinese thoughts began to spread from Jews to all classes in the United States. Even earlier was the East India Company, which dumped opium into China, and it was also this group of Jews who did it. Is it the Jewish gang again? When will the annual Texas Hold'em tournament you mentioned start to be held? George looked at Fu Chuangxiu and said. Originally, George planned to go directly to the Jewish gang's lair in the next 2 days and take away a large amount of money. But if there is such a game, then he can legitimately get a lot of money. Moreover, if the avatar goes to the Jewish gang's lair, they will have the smallest manpower and the lowest risk at that time, and the main body will have a complete alibi. After thinking about it, George used the excuse of going to the bathroom, so he separated and went to the shooter's position and collected all the weapons. In 2 days, what, Mr. George, are you interested in participating? Fu Chuangxiu looked at George and replied. Well, you can go take a look then. What are your plans next? George asked. We are going to return to California overnight tonight, and then notify the church leader and let him deal with the Jewish gang. This time it was Chen Ming who answered George's question. Well, okay, then I wish you a safe journey. Mr. George, thank you very much for your life-saving grace. In the future, if you ask someone to send a message to Chinatown in California, the Hong gang will give their full support. Chen Ming said again. Thank you, George. Seriously, I have always admired Chinese culture. This time I just met it by chance, so don't pay too much attention. George chuckled. The few chatted for a while, and George also asked Chen Ming about the Jewish gang. It turns out that the 5 major families that George always thought ruled the American gangsters were actually incorrect. Before Prohibition, the most violent gangs in the United States were Italian gangs, Irish gangs, and Jewish gangs. The Chinese Hong Kong gangs did not have major conflicts with them, so they did not participate in the melee. In the end, the Italian gang led by the Corleone family won a major war. Then several major gangs began to sit down and form a gang committee, forming a 5-family system. The 5 major families include the Corleone family, an Italian family, and family-style gangs composed of Irish, Jewish, etc., as well as dozens of large and small gangs distributed throughout the United States. In terms of strength, the largest number of direct gunmen from the Corleone family does not exceed 500. The other 4 major families estimate that each family has about 300 armed personnel. After understanding this, George had an overall understanding of the current gang environment in the United States. Then, after George sent them out of Reno, George changed his appearance again and checked into a private hotel to rest. The next day, more than a dozen shadow clones were sent to start monitoring the Jewish gang's stronghold. Until, that night, the Texas Hold'em poker competition at Silver Casino began. At night, George restored his original appearance in the shadows outside the casino, and then walked towards the entrance of the casino openly. If the person who was sent to attack him disappears, this little boss will definitely know that it was him. Although he didn't know whether the little leader told the Jewish gang about his matter, George was not afraid, because this was a public place and there were so many people tonight, the Jewish gang would not dare to announce the matter. If people find out, their venue will kidnap customers after they win money and take back the gambling money. Then no one will dare to come to their casino to gamble. Tonight's Texas Hold'em tournament is national in nature, and many wealthy people will come to participate, so George is not worried about his safety at all. As long as he is in the open, no one will touch him. The rules of the competition are very simple. Starting at 8 o'clock in the evening, each person who wants to participate in the gambling game has a $1,000 code, which cannot be directly exchanged for cash. Only after winning the game can the profit be converted into cash. Before the game starts, everyone is free to play. After 8 o'clock, the 200 people who won the most mud chips participated in the game, and 20 gaming tables started playing Texas Hold'em at the same time. There are 10 people at each table, and the starting chips are only 100. The chips are redeemed by the gamblers themselves, and the previous chips are invalid. After an hour like this, there were a total of $1,000,000 in chips on the table, and up to 10 people who won the chips started the final gambling round. During this period, the loser or the rich man can discuss with the 10 people who finally participated in the gambling game, and the rich man will pay for them to participate in the gambling game. Therefore, there is no betting limit on the final table. As long as the gambler has money on the table, he can keep gambling. After all, technology at the gambling table is very important, but it is impossible without gambling capital. At 8 o'clock, the gambling game officially started, and all 20 of George's shadow clones ended up playing. The purpose of this shadow clone is not to win or lose, but to qualify for the end. Because only those who qualify can get a seat in the final spectator seats. In this way, at 9 points, George won 25 chips and got a seat in the final gambling game. During the half-hour intermission, no one is allowed to leave the casino lobby. This is because they are afraid that the 10 people who are finally qualified to participate in the gambling game will be threatened, and it also gives these rich people time to discuss cooperation with the gamblers they like. On the other side, 20 multiple shadow clones of George came to the downstairs of the Jewish gang's stronghold from different directions at the same time. All shadow clones have white masks covering their faces, and there are inner armor protection under their clothes. Directly bang bang, 2 shots killed the 2 guards at the door. 5 shadow clones were left to watch each intersection and be on guard against Jewish gangsters jumping out of windows and escaping. Another dozen clones rushed into the first floor of the stronghold. At this time, several Jewish gang members in the lobby on the first floor were shot to death by the shadow clones who rushed in before they could react, leaving a bullet hole in their forehead. 2 people were left to clean their weapons, while the remaining people continued to rush towards the second floor quickly. By this time, the Jewish gang members on the second floor had reacted and began to use the defensive advantages of the second floor to fire back. It's a pity that these people have no chance at all when facing the shadow clones who have no intention of leaving them alive. Maximize your responsiveness without worrying about exposure. The resistance on the second floor had no effect and was directly interrupted. 4 clones appeared behind them as if teleporting. Raising the gun, the bullets knocked over their skulls. 5 people were left to collect their weapons. It was on the 3rd floor that I remembered begging for mercy. Without taking a shadow clone, he entered the warehouse directly and shot a guard. On the long table in the room, rolls of beautiful knives were neatly placed according to different amounts. George did not count them, but directly controlled the shadow clone, wrapped all the cash in a tablecloth, and evacuated directly to the hiding spot he had prepared before. He also deliberately left a clone to observe the surroundings and lead the Jewish gang members elsewhere if necessary. Until all the clones left the stronghold, the entire robbery process took less than 3 minutes. It is worth mentioning that according to the clone's observation, the little leader who had previously arranged for several Jewish gang thugs to find trouble for him was also shot to death in the shooting just now. The main body was watching this scene from a distance in the casino, and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Only a few of the guards in the casino left quickly, and there was no large-scale mobilization. The Jewish gang knows that maintaining order in the casino is very important now. We can no longer cause riots and affect the progress of the game. The shadow clone who stayed to observe found that more than 20 Jewish gang thugs had gathered downstairs in their stronghold. After the 2 leaders observed at the stronghold, they prepared to catch up with the shadow clone who was running at full speed. The shadow clone had already disappeared. The 3 clones who stayed to observe also quietly retreated, and unlocked the clone technique in a deserted place. Thank you to the book friend Empress. Please stay lover for your recommendation vote, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 The Big Winner. Chapter 22 The Big Winner. Reno White Heritage Hotel Casino. Tonight's annual Texas Hold'em tournament was still on break. During this period, several people came over to chat with George, wanting to pay for George to gamble for them. However, George did not agree. He now has nearly $100 million in capital, which is completely enough. Moreover, the people who came to him were probably just looking for information. He was a complete newcomer among those who played Texas Hold'em poker. The people he was betting against were people who had long been famous for playing Texas Hold'em, so many people didn't think he could win the final championship. He didn't want to work for anyone else, so he declined politely. But I also met a few, by the way, and according to them, they were big bosses in Hollywood. George still yearned for Hollywood, so George was happy to chat with a few people for a while, and maybe he could meet these people again in the future. After the break, the gambling game continues. At this time, the layout of the venue changed. It turned into an oversized gaming table in the middle of the venue, with 10 chairs placed on 3 sides of the gaming table, and on the other side of the gaming table was where the dealer dealt the cards. Because the gaming table is large, the dealer also needs to use a transparent straight board to deal the cards. 5 steps away from the gambling table, a circle of stands was formed, allowing the audience to watch the whole game. And George's 10 clones are distributed behind his opponent, so that all his opponent's trump cards are within his control. In this way, in a situation where his opponents were all bright cards, George finally became the biggest winner of tonight's gambling game with a betting capital of $1,200 million. What does 1,200 represent in this era? The valuation of General Motors at that time was about $4,000 million, which is equivalent to more than $20 million in 7. However, as the only state in the United States where gambling is legal, Nevada, the largest gambling city, holds an annual event and is the largest game in the United States. The money is nothing. After George deposited the money in the Bank of America, a large number of reporters surrounded George, flashlights flashing desperately. To be honest, handing in papers in this era is still very expensive. Then, George held a brief press conference directly at the entrance of the casino. Dear journalist friends, good evening, everyone. I know you have many questions to ask me, but time is limited. I can answer 4 questions. Everyone raises your hand, and then I will draw. All the reporters raised their hands high, and George chose a beautiful woman from among them. Being beautiful must have an advantage. Hello, sir, I am Kaylin, a reporter from the Reno Daily News. What is your name, where are you from, and what is your occupation? These are 2 questions, but beautiful women are given preferential treatment, so I can answer you. My name is George Orwell, from Tennessee. As for my profession, I am still a college student and I have just published a novel, so he can be regarded as a writer. George smiled and replied. Then another reporter quickly raised his hand, and this time George chose the man at the front. Hello, Mr. Orwell, I am Court, a reporter from the California Times. I would like to know which movie you are publishing. Novel? And how are you going to spend this huge sum of money? There is no preferential treatment for men. George laughed twice after saying this, and other reporters also laughed. Then George continued, however, since you are talking about my book, let me do some promotion by the way. The novel I published is called Of Mice and Men, and I have no plans for the money yet. You know, I think that I was able to win the final championship because of luck, and I had never thought about such a thing before. After George answered this time, another reporter immediately raised his hand, and this time he once again chose a male reporter near the front. Because those who strive to move forward should be treated favorably, right? And there was a sound of surprise from below. George heard someone saying that he was the George Orwell who published Of Mice and Men in the newspaper, and that he was really young. At this time, the selected reporter asked, "Mr. Orwell, you are so young, are you an adult? Is it legal for you to participate in the gambling game?" "Haha, thank you for caring about my age. I am over 16 years old, so gambling here is completely legal. There is no doubt about this. Well, that's it for tonight. I have other things to do, and we will see you later. And, Court, can I trouble you with something?" Court on the other side immediately replied, "What's the matter, Mr. Orwell? Journalists, gentlemen and ladies have worked hard tonight. I'll treat you all to a late-night snack, but I have other things to do, so can you please take them over?" After that, he took out a cash check with $500 written on it. Handed to Court. "No problem, thank you for your generosity, sir." Then the surrounding reporters also thanked him one after another, and no one blocked the way after receiving the benefits. George followed the bank security directly out of the hotel. Then, accompanied by bank security, he left Reno and drove to Los Angeles, California. In fact, what was heading to Los Angeles at this time was a multiple clone of George that he created in the bathroom after the gambling game. The main body had already left the casino after changing its appearance and clothes. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the pre-prepared hiding spot and directly put all the cash and some arms he had snatched into the space. As the Jewish gang's stronghold in Reno, there are still a lot of weapons stored there. However, not much was brought out. Among them, in addition to a Webley 6 revolver and a box of ammunition that were seized from the third floor, a Browning automatic rifle was also collected from the second floor. This gun can be used as a light machine gun. Firearms. Although George doesn't think he can use it, it is still good for collection. George felt that he might be the kind of person who had a phobia of insufficient firepower. In addition to these two relatively rare firearms, several pistols and some ammunition were also collected. After dealing with all the traces, George directly transformed into a bird and flew towards the clone that left with Bank of America. In a dense forest, after excusing himself from peeing and switching back to his clone, George sat comfortably in a bank security car and headed towards Los Angeles. As for the Jewish gang, after the gambling game ended, all the gang members were dispersed and began to search for the people who attacked their stronghold throughout the city of Reno. But everything is in vain, because the real perpetrator has left here. The only little leader who still knew that he had a grudge against the Jewish gang was still dead, so George thought it would be better to do things cleanly. As for whether the Jewish gang would come for him in the future, George didn't care. If you find it, destroy it. When he arrived in Los Angeles, George paid the security guard $1,000 and left directly. I booked a room in the largest hotel and slept right away. The next day, the morning of May 5th. It was another day to plan the extraction. Because George didn't have much expectations for the items in the Suicide Squad world, George directly consumed 30 energy points to extract. What was extracted was the full set of equipment and firearms knowledge of the dead shooter. The setting of the world of Suicide Squad, the upper limit of force value is that the man who plays with fire transforms like a devil from hell, and then the transformation of the wizard brother and sister. These are not what George wants, and based on George's experiments. The more energy it takes to extract items in the 3000 worlds, the better the items extracted. The two are more like a transaction. George uses energy to trade items in the 3000 worlds. The full set of equipment obtained by the dead shot this time includes an electronic eye with infrared imaging, night vision goggles, telescopes, anemometers, a revolver, a flare gun, an M1 carbine, a Gatling machine gun, an AA rocket launcher, a large caliber short-barreled pistol, an Uzi light automatic gun, a grenade launcher, a Desert Eagle, and a musket. There are also two modified 9mm pistols on the wrists, and a set of combat uniforms. Already have a mask. George felt that maybe the knowledge of firearms could not match the energy spent, so he used this set of equipment as a supplement. After all, George used 30 points of energy in exchange for shooting talent and fighting skills last time. On this day, George was in the room getting familiar with the firearms in his hands, and by getting familiar with the firearms in his hands, he became familiar with all the firearms knowledge in his mind. It can be said that the firearms knowledge injected this time can fully support a light military factory. There are too many firearms that have not been invented in this era, and these can bring George huge wealth. After George became familiar with the firearms in the morning, he took out the cash wrapped in tablecloth in the space and counted it. 6 packages totaled $175 million in cash. But this part of the money is still stolen money and cannot be directly invested. In the afternoon, George practiced the chakra refining technique all afternoon in the hotel bedroom. Although the energy in his body will not increase at all through this practice, it can help George calm down quickly. This was the first time in his 2 lives that George had seen so much money. That feeling of excitement cannot subside for a long time. Fortunately, considering the several tons of vibranium in the space, and considering that he still had the priceless chaos bead, he calmed down after practicing for an afternoon. And with so much money at once, he can advance his plan faster. The next day, because there was nothing in the world of Suicide Squad that George was looking forward to, so he didn't want to waste a month. After getting up in the morning, he used an energy point to draw Harley Quinn's revolver. Love and Hate. This gun is a Zyapar revolver with a magazine capacity of 6 rounds and can fire .357 Magnum bullets and 2 types of 9mm bullets. The barrel is 101.6 mm long, and the bullet chamber adopts a hexagonal design to improve concealment. The appearance of this gun was absolutely impressive. George took out the 2 guns and looked at them carefully for a while. George decided that this gun would be his main weapon from now on, and then took it back into the space. Then George checked out, because today it was time to deliver wine to the Corleone family again. There was still enough wine in the space, so George directly started the express delivery mode. A week later, George stood at the Times Center in New York. Just now, George had given away this month's share. And met one of the leaders of the Corleone family, Tizio. This man George has been seen in movies in his previous life. He is Vito Corleone's right-hand man and leads one of the 2 legions of the Corleone family. Mr. George Orwell, thank you for your support. Mr. Corleone, I would like to invite you to dinner. Well, that's my honor. I wonder when Mr. Corleone will be free. George readily accepted the invitation. Tessio replied, if it's convenient for you, can I do it tonight? Of course, I will go to the appointment on time. Do you need me to arrange a car for you? Tizio asked again. George did not shirk and said directly to Tizio, that would be great. The 2 looked at each other and smiled, and Tessio arranged for a subordinate to drive and follow George's arrangements. And when George was about to leave, he presented 2 contracts and a check. The 2 contracts are sales contracts. One is a contract to buy land from a farmer, and the other is a contract to sell. Of course, the middle is profit. George signed his name on both contracts and took away the backup contract and a check for $110 million. After George got in the car, he asked the driver to take him to the Plaza Hotel first, then told the driver to pick him up in the evening, and asked the driver to go back first. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Meeting the Godfather. Chapter 23 Meeting the Godfather. Arriving at the Plaza Hotel, George opened a high-end business suite, and then sent an email to Paul at the front desk, asking him to come to New York to meet him after completing the patent application, and attached the hotel address. George returned to the room, took a simple shower and changed clothes, then used the hotel car to go to Rogersdale clothing store. This clothing store is still very famous in New York. Today's custom-made shops are not as popular as those of later generations. We do not sell ready-made clothes. Customized shops still have choices in the ready-to-wear category. So, on the recommendation of the designer, George bought 4 sets of windbreakers, including ties and windbreakers. Moreover, under the careful measurement of the designer, 2 more suits were customized, and he promised that the customized clothes would be delivered directly to your door once they are ready. So after George left a cash check for $4 and the address of the hotel room, he left. George went to the shoe store next door and bought 2 more pairs of high-end handmade leather shoes. George also bought 2 handmade hats. To be honest, George didn't like wearing hats, but out of courtesy, he bought 2. George, who was about to go back to the hotel, remembered that this was his first time visiting, and it was always a bad idea to come empty-handed, so George came to an antique shop on this street again. George, after looking around the antique store, the first thing that caught his eye was the row of porcelain on the shelves on the wall. George took a closer look and saw from the drawing that they should all be Chinese porcelain, but he didn't know which year they were from. Now he is not ready to buy antiques from China because the time has not yet come. George looked at Western antiques on the other side. At this time, an old foreigner came up to me and said, "Hello, sir. Is there anyone you like?" George said directly, "I am going to give a gift to a friend. He is from Sicily. Does the boss have any good recommendations?" "Of course, there is." After speaking, he pointed to an oil painting and continued, "This painting depicts the beautiful island of Sicily." To be honest, George didn't see where he could tell it was Sicily. But that's what I meant, so I asked, "How much?" The old man said directly, $200. George smiled and said, "Are you kidding me?" In the end, George bought the painting for $95. After asking the boss to pack more delicately, he paid for the gift and left the antique store directly. After returning to the hotel, I rested for a while, took a good bath, and then changed into the clothes I just bought in the afternoon. After cleaning up, George's whole body took on a new look. Coupled with his handsome and resolute face, tall figure, and self-confidence based on his own strength, his whole person became completely different. He was exactly the same person as he was a few months ago, standing in front of people like a noble prince. Sure enough, the old saying, "A man relies on his clothes and a horse relies on his saddle," is true. What a wise saying! George went downstairs when he saw that the time was almost up. As soon as he left the hotel door, he saw the driver sent by Tizio in the afternoon waiting opposite the hotel. After George got into the car with the gifts, the driver drove towards Corleone's manor. Sitting in the car, George thought that Vito Corleone should have just become the godfather. After all, he only killed Finucci 3 years ago and completely embarked on the path of the mafia. Vito Corleone should be only 30 years old now, still in his prime. The impression left on George in the movie is that he is always so measured and so steady. It seems that nothing can hit him. He is a man full of wisdom. Is George looking forward to this meeting? Maybe. After all, he was the most charismatic person in movies and TV shows in his previous life. Is a man who would be differently inspired by watching that movie in any time period. However, George didn't feel like he was looking forward to it too much. This is the Marvel world after all, and superpowers are the ultimate prelude to this world. George and he were from 2 different worlds. Being able to meet Vito Corleone in person might be more of a nostalgia for his previous life. Therefore, in this complicated mood, George met the godfather of the New York Mafia at Corleone's new manor. After getting off the car, someone took George to a study room. The layout of the study here was almost exactly the same as the one George saw in the movie, which gave George an inexplicable sense of familiarity. George also met the 30-year-old godfather, Vito Corleone, at the door of the study. "Hello, Mr. Corleone, I am George Orwell. This is a gift for you. It is a pleasure to meet you." After George saw Corleone, he politely met the new godfather Vito. Corleone greeted him and gave him a gift. At this time, Corleone was not as powerful as later generations, but he still showed enough respect for George, a partner who could bring him nearly $1 million in income every month. "Nice to meet you too, my friend, please have a seat." After the 2 parties exchanged greetings, they sat down separately. "What are you drinking?" Corleone asked first. "Coffee is fine, thank you." Then someone came in with 2 cups of coffee. Corleone made a gesture of invitation and took a sip of his coffee. George also picked up the coffee and took a sip, then put down the coffee cup. George heard, and Corleone said, "George, you see, we are already friends, right, so we don't have to be so alienated. How about I call you George, and you can also call me Vito?" Of course George had no objection when he heard it and said, "Of course, Vito, we are already friends, I'm sure of this." After speaking, the two looked at each other and smiled. "George, do you know how much convenience your wine business has brought to me, so I owe you a favor, my friend." George can also understand this. Vito Co., who has just taken the position, Lion had taken this position by force before. Now with the addition of the wine business, he can win over a large number of people close to him through the wine business, and once again consolidate his position financially. Of course, George would not take credit, so he said modestly, "We are all about mutual benefit. I have heard before that Vito is a family-oriented person, and you have connections with Pombo, so Corleone became my preferred partner." "Thank you, my friend." The two talked about family and so on. During this period, George also offered Corleone a business, which was to open a laundry room. This business was the earliest way of laundering money in the underworld. The term money laundering also comes from this. This business requires a lot of manpower, at least one shopkeeper is needed for each storefront, and this person does not have to be a man, and can be left to the thugs in his family. This is completely a serious business, and it can bring him many benefits. For this reason, Corleone also wanted to give George some shares, but George did not ask for it. First, he looked down on the profit, and second, he did not want to have too much involvement with the mafia. He wouldn't want something like this that was obviously about taking shares. George may slowly get involved in the underground world in the future, but definitely not now. The next 10 years will be a golden period for the rapid development of the mafia. They use smuggling of tobacco and alcohol to obtain large sums of property. But then, the sale of cocoa powder started and the mafia council fell apart. Corleone is too wise and calm, now that he has become a partner. George had no intention of taking him as his subordinate. George was self-aware of this. He is not the kind of time-traveling senior who has the aura of a bastard and makes people convinced as soon as they meet him. There are too many opportunities to form a force. He still has time and can take his time. After George had dinner at Corleone's house, he chatted with Corleone for a while and then left. Meeting an idol today already made George feel very happy. As for changing the fate of the Corleone family, it's too early. The next day, George checked out of the hotel and walked to a remote place, transformed into a peregrine falcon, and flew towards PL Winery. After arriving at the winery, George did not go to John directly, but took a rest for the night. The next day, someone notified John. After John arrived, he reported the progress and agreed to officially start signing the contract a week later. Naturally, accountants and lawyers will help with the rest. A week later, George came to the bank. However, this time it was changed to a larger conference room. Under the eyes of more than 30 people, George signed his name on the contract that had been reviewed by a lawyer and paid a cash check of $110 million. George became the largest landowner in Walker Township and would provide at least 200 jobs to the town. At this time, the mayor of the town took the initiative to shake hands with George and invited George to visit his home when he had time. George did not stay too long in the bank. After signing, the lawyer would handle the subsequent procedures. Before leaving, I paid the bank fees and wrote another check of $1,500 as a reward to John. This land purchase was basically concluded. The next day, George summoned nearly 100 workers from 16 wineries in the town square, gave a speech and reassured them. Then only the winemakers of each winery were left, so that they would be managed by Allison in the future. If there are any adjustments in the future, further notice will be given. Later, George gave Lane $1 in cash to use for renovation costs of the newly purchased winery. He requested that all the land be fully utilized and an overall planning map be established to separate the grape producing areas from the whiskey raw material producing areas and manage the scale accordingly. And a new and more complete winemaking base and wine cellar will be built. It is expected that after the improvement is completed, the PL winery will produce 2 types of wine, whiskey and wine. Whiskey is a whiskey with a unique taste in Canada. The types of wine can be divided into 6 flavors according to the grape varieties. According to the quality and age, it can include all grades of red wine. The annual wine output is 600 million liters. As long as wine is stored well, there is no need to worry about damage, and the longer it is, the more expensive it will be. George decided that in the future, the top batch of red wine each year would only be sold at auction. With the help of the Mafia's circuit, the wine from PL Winery could be sold across the United States in the next 10 years. 10 years can completely form a memory and a habit. Nowadays, how much does wine cost in a hotel or bar? A glass of beer costs 50 cents, a glass of wine costs $5, and a small glass of whiskey costs $1. These are just low-end wines. High-end wines are reserved for some high-end restaurants. Drinking in bars and pubs is beyond the reach of most people. Just like the drinking wine that George provided to Corleone before, all were provided to high-end places, and Vito also made many friends from both military and political circles. Now George is a little worried that Vito Corleone can't eat these goods, but it doesn't matter, and he can also ask Corleone to contact the other 4 mafia families. It's entirely possible to turn a business with the Corleone family into a business with the entire American mafia. You can also contact the Hong Gang. Chinese people also need to drink. But by that time, how to deliver the goods will be another problem. In the next few days, George didn't go out much in the winery. He always stayed in the room to contact ninjutsu. Now all his clones have been taken back by him, except for the several shadow clones who were arranged to read books in the library and gave him a lot of knowledge. The bigger one was the Rai's Nan spinning in his hand. After several months of exploration, George has been able to directly focus this skill with one hand. After observing it for a while, George scattered the Rai's Nan in his hand. Then he came to the middle of the room, and with just a silent thought in his mind, in a second at most, a set of bone-colored Sagittarius gold armor was condensed on his body. The 2 wings are folded behind the back like a shield. This armor can now provide George with the ability to fly, and George also tried it at night. The flying speed is not as fast as that of a peregrine falcon, and the feathers on its wings can also be used as launched weapons. George just tried it and put away the bone armor. Now George's combat skills can be said to have no shortcomings. There are firearms shooting at long range, and the sniper rifle can shoot anywhere within 4,000 meters. In close combat, the 3-body technique combined with the fighting technique will definitely become the most difficult existence. He has bone armor for defense, and he is basically immune to attacks such as pistols. With the transformation of his nervous reflexes and other physical qualities by the heart-shaped grass and chaos energy, he was able to defeat Ryan, who had taken the heart-shaped grass alone. Coupled with his mental abilities, George is now a full-fledged hexagon warrior. Therefore, George decided to directly extend the time for drawing items to 1 year next time. After all, this once-a-month drawing was just the icing on the cake at best and could not bring him a fundamental improvement. Thank you to book friends Deja WX10 Hua Shui Fia for their recommendation votes, and to all book friends for their collections. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Futures. Chapter 24 Futures. George stayed at the winery for a week. After all the newly merged wineries had stabilized, George said hello to Ryan and left the winery alone. The next day, George came to the Plaza Hotel in New York again and opened a new high-end business suite. I was told by the front desk that someone had left a message before. George took the letterhead and saw that Paul had arrived in New York. After George tipped the hotel front desk $1, he asked the hotel to arrange a car to pick Paul up at the address on the letterhead. George returned to the room, took a shower, changed his clothes, poured 2 glasses of wine, and waited for Paul's arrival in the study. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. George opened the door, and sure enough, Paul arrived. After taking Paul into the study and sitting down, George asked, "How are things going in Washington?" Paul replied, "Boss, we have already negotiated with the publisher. The publisher is only responsible for publishing the books. All other adaptation rights are in your hands, and the royalties are 10%. Our patent documents have been issued, including 2 car charger batteries, 10 car seat headrests, and an electronic starter device that was later applied for. Here is the original patent document. I also went to Georgia to meet with Mr. Ernst, the Coca-Cola company you asked me to contact. He said that if the price is right, he could consider selling some of his shares." "Well, okay, you give me the address of Coca-Cola, and then I will go and talk in person. Next, you can help me register the company first, and you can arrange the company's office space. Then go and buy 2 put the cars under the name of the company. You can use one, and find a warehouse to store the other. I want to modify it. Also, book a booth for me at the technology exhibition next month." George said after listening to Paul after the report. A company assigned him several tasks. Paul directly took out the banknotes and wrote down all George's requirements to prevent forgetting. "Are there enough funds?" George took a sip of whiskey and asked again. "Well, if you buy a car and rent a warehouse, it won't be enough." "Well, okay, I understand." George knew that this was probably the case, so he asked. "It's not formal enough now, but after the company is opened and it has finances, he won't have to worry about all the accounting." After speaking, he took out an envelope directly from the drawer and opened it. Inside was the cash he had prepared in advance. After the two chatted for a while, Paul got up and left. After Paul left, George also turned around and went downstairs, using the hotel car again to the Bank of America headquarters. This time he walked directly into the VIP room, then showed the check for $110 million he had just received from the Corleone family, and transferred all the money into his account. But he did not touch the money in the space because it was still black money. The Bank of America directly came to a vice president named Henry. George estimated that it was the $1,600 million in the account that prompted him to come forward in person. "Hello, Mr. George Orwell, I am the Vice President of the New York branch of the Bank of America. My name is Henry Groman. It is a pleasure to meet you and it is an honor for our company to serve you." The old man walked up to George and stretched out his hand to shake George's hand, and then said, "Although I already know your age, I am still very surprised to see you in person. You have so many savings at the age of 16. You have accumulated so much savings. He has gained wealth that many people will never get in their lifetime. You're so flattering, I'm just lucky." George said modestly. "Okay, young man, let's sit down and talk," Henry said with a smile. The two sat down, and everyone else around them stood far away. Groman picked up the coffee that had just been delivered, took a sip, put down the cup and asked, "George, do you have any plans for the future?" George knew that Groman might want to discuss some business matters with him, and might want to make some investments together. But would Groman really be so kind as to help him make money? George didn't believe it. For these capitalists, they are just a piece of fat meat now, and they must want to take a bite. Moreover, since I was so young, all this money was earned from casinos, so it was easy to find out. For me, a newbie with no business experience, I just need to agree to cooperate with them. They will find 100 ways to make themselves lose all their money. Capital is always bloody. Therefore, George did not give Groman any room to play, and replied directly, "Yes, Mr. Groman. I already have plans for the investment direction in the future. Of course, if I can cooperate with your bank, it will also save me money time." "Oh, I wonder what investments you are planning to make." Groman glanced at George with a somewhat thoughtful look. "That's it. I want to open an account and borrow 2 brokers from you to help me operate it." "George, which stock do you like?" I'm not very optimistic about agriculture, so I don't know if I can make arrangements for him. George didn't explain much, so he changed the topic directly. Of course, no problem. The philosophy of my bank is to serve every customer well. Don't worry, I will arrange your request later and everything will be ready tomorrow. Groman said with a smile. Then please trouble Mr. Groman. George said gratefully. Haha, you're welcome. I hope there will be room for cooperation in the future. After saying that, Groman stood up, shook hands with George, and left. But before leaving, he also arranged for a manager named Pete to cooperate with George. The next day, he first asked Paul to bring a lawyer, and then told Paul that he was not optimistic about agriculture. Then he told Paul that he was going to use $1,000 million as a margin to short wheat futures. George took Paul to the bank to connect with Pete from Bank of America. George opened an account first and then deposited money into the account. The rest is to let Paul communicate on his behalf, and he can just instruct Paul directly. George now has a total of 1,600 million funds, and George has not used all the funds for shorting. Using 1,000 million as a margin to short wheat means that George can use $1 million to purchase futures contracts. Futures all come with built-in leverage. And even if the 1,000 million is lost, it will not affect his next plan. George was going to visit the exchange, and several people came to Manhattan. The streets here are very narrow, and the tall buildings on both sides of the streets make people feel very depressed. And the cow at the corner of the street looks very energetic. On Wall Street in recent years, the stock market has indeed remained high for a long time. This building located at 11 Wall Street in New York City opened in 1903. The exchange has 3 stock trading halls, including the main hall, the blue hall, and the car room and a bond trading hall. It is a place where securities brokers gather and trade with each other. There are a total of 16 trading booths, each trading room. The kiosks have 16 to 20 trading desks. The sudden rise and fall of the stock market here will have a chain reaction on the stock markets of other capitalist countries, causing fluctuations. In the exchange, the roaring trading method seemed very ridiculous to George. I don't understand at all how they both confirmed the delivery with this roaring transaction method. Fortunately, these transactions are all handled by the stock economy and there are no retail investors. Ordinary people probably can't accept this at all. This group of stockbrokers roared as if they had been given blood. If there is a sharp rise or fall, people with a weak heart will definitely not be able to do this job. Seeing a group of traders with ferocious expressions, George was unable to complain. It's not your own money, so why make yourself crazy? The stock exchange is a very old-fashioned place. Not to mention that there is no online trading now. In later generations, when people sat in front of computers to buy stocks, the trading center in New York still looked like this. I really don't understand why this thing is necessary. After going around in a circle, George led several people to leave Wall Street. Before leaving, he took another look at the cow in the distance. George couldn't help but wonder to himself, in the next year, there will be another bull market. Start the next day. The people arranged by George got involved in the wheat transaction. There is no doubt that the choice is to go short. 19140.92192001.9627.216 0.86. But George was not prepared to buy futures contracts that long. All George wanted to buy was a 3-month contract. Because George remembers that agriculture was the hardest hit by the economic crisis. The price of wheat has been falling since the crisis broke out. 1 month later, the value of wheat will fall to $0.98 per bushel. It is no secret that George is shorting wheat. Logically speaking, it is solely due to George's own efforts. There is nothing we can do about this market. But opportunity was on his side. Boss, we're halfway through building a position, what should we do next? Then just keep building positions. Okay, boss, I'll notify them right away. One thing he was sure of. It's just that his capital is far from enough. If he had enough funds, he could have done a few shortwave operations before this. Paul came over to inform that the price of wheat is now around $1.95. At this point, Victory is actually determined. As long as the economic crisis breaks out within these 3 months, the price of Xiaomi will inevitably fall. Whoever wants him to liquidate his position needs to increase the wheat price by 10% to $2.145 per bushel in 3 months. If there is no economic crisis, they will definitely have the strength to do it, but George is betting that the economic crisis will definitely break out. Paul informed them to lock up their positions. Boss, don't we do band business? No, we have too little funds now, and I have other uses for the remaining money. Okay, boss, I'll notify you right away. Generally, those who speculate in futures in the short term will not choose to invest their funds overnight. People who choose to do this usually do so with small amounts, and they are usually companies that really need physical goods, such as flour processing plants, etc., borrowing futures inventory. But like George, the risk of short selling is very high. If you cannot return it in time, you will be jailed. If George is not nervous, it is absolutely impossible. He has already invested $1,000 million. George found himself in the trading center, looking at the roaring broker in front of him, unable to keep calm at all. So I decided to stay away from this place so that it would not affect my judgment. Thanks to book friend Luoyang Xiao Hanji and Menzi for the recommendation, thank you also to all the book friends for collecting it. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 The Coca-Cola Company. Chapter 25 The Coca-Cola Company. George returned to the hotel and arranged for Paul to handle company matters before checking out again. 2 days later, Atlanta, Georgia. Coca-Cola Company, founded on May 1886, became the world's largest beverage company 100 years later, with 8% of the global market. Revenue in 48 is $21 billion, while in 386.6 it was only worth $1,919 million. After rebirth, I knew that it was impossible not to pick up such a big melon, and even though this was the Marvel world. Hello, sir, who are you looking for? The front desk of the company asked, looking at the well-dressed young handsome man in front of him. I am Mr. Ernest Woodruff, George replied with a smile. What's your name? Do you have an appointment with the boss? My name is George Orwell. I don't have an appointment, but I have sent people from my company to negotiate before. Please help me tell Mr. Ernest Woodruff that Paul Walker's boss wants to see him. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. After the receptionist left, she came back after a few minutes and said, Mr. Orwell, please come with me. Then George was led by the front desk to Ernest Woodruff's office. It was the unattractive old man in front of me who bought the Coca-Cola Company from ASA Chandler's heirs in 1919 for $250 million. By 1923, his son Robert Woodruff, the most important person in the history of the Coca-Cola Company, one of the characters, became the CEO of Coca-Cola and brought Coca-Cola to another level. Hello, Mr. Ernest Woodruff, I am George Orwell. George greeted the other party politely first. Hello, Mr. George Orwell. You are so young. Ernest Woodruff shook George's hand and said. What do you drink? Coffee, thank you. Just call me George. George replied. Then Ernest Woodruff asked his secretary to bring 2 cups of coffee. After putting down the coffee, the secretary turned and left. Okay, George, I think you came to see me from New York for something. Then you can talk about it now. Yes, I have sent Paul to express my thoughts before. As a young man, I liked Coca-Cola very much, and now because of luck, I got a sum of funds. So, I am considering investing in the Coca-Cola Company. I don't know, Mr. Woodruff has any ideas. Do you want to buy some shares? You know, the beverage business is very good now, so I do have the idea of expanding the scale of production. How much money are you prepared to invest? How many shares do you want? George was very happy when he saw that Ernest Woodruff did not refuse directly, and said, You bought Coca-Cola for $250 million before. Now we calculate based on the valuation of 300 million. I will pay 180 million for 5% of the shares. In addition, unless there is a major mistake in company management that threatens the company's survival, I will not participate in management. Moreover, I will give % of the shares as management stock dividends. In other words, if the other party agrees, you will directly earn 50 in cash, and you can also enjoy 5% management dividend every year. Although he won't get it alone, he will definitely get the bulk of it. It will be fine when the price comes, but I don't have so many shares now. I still have 85% of the shares in my hands, and the rest are in the hands of some retail investors in the stock market. For $140 million, I will give you 45% of the shares. How about you take 5% as management shares? Okay, no problem. Then tomorrow morning, I will bring a cash check and a lawyer to sign the contract. Is there no problem? Of course, I will arrange for someone to draft the contract right away. The signature can be arranged tomorrow, Ernest Woodruff said with certainty. The next day, after the lawyer reviewed the contract details, both parties signed. Ernest Woodruff also got a direct check. The remaining matters such as equity changes and announcements will naturally be handled by the people below. Accompanied by Woodruff, George visited the production base and had dinner with the company's management at noon. And when chatting, Woodruff was always the main one, making it clear that he would not interfere in management. Then George talked with Woodruff about the future market and came up with the advertising slogan "Enjoy the cool moment" that would be proposed 10 years later. The rest did not interfere too much. George was preparing to leave Georgia in the afternoon. In fact, George knows that now is not the best time to buy Coca-Cola Company. The current price of Coca-Cola per share is $40, and when the crisis breaks out, it will depreciate to $19 per share. However, George was worried that something would go wrong if he waited until the stock fell before proceeding. Moreover, in terms of per share value 100 years from now, it won't matter in comparison. Its average return over the next 13 years is % per year. More importantly, the glass bottle now used by Coca-Cola cost $600 million to purchase the patent for this bottle. So it was certainly a profit to get 140% of the shares for only $45. And in the future, you can also absorb some more in the stock market. 3 days later, George returned to New York. Then, through Bank of America, prepare to buy a residence in New York. As a casual use, I will have to spend a lot of time in New York in the future, and it will not be convenient to stay in the hotel for a long time. Moreover, the tax payment period is coming soon. When the economic crisis breaks out, you can buy real estate at a low price, but for tax deductions, it is about the same. The next day, accompanied by Pete, George viewed 5 properties before settling on a brick limestone mansion between Park and Lexington Avenues in Murray Hill, a historic Manhattan neighborhood. The mansion was built between 1901 and 1903 by banker James Lanier. However, due to work reasons, the banker chose to sell the house, and George paid a cash check of $45 for the mansion. Designed by renowned architectural firm Hoppen & Cohen, the 12-bedroom, 12-bath home features 8 square feet of palatial living space over 8 floors. Its long list of important features includes a stone porch, a copper duplex roof with 3 dormers, carved stonework, and cornices. The mansion was built for entertaining, with its massive double doors leading to a vaulted entrance hall with a high rose-domed ceiling, which leads to a gallery with carved marble fountains on the walls. A club room with 4 high ceilings is just outside, the first of several reception areas. The formal dining room seats 16, and Mr. Pitt describes it as the epitome of Gilded Age splendor, with Ionic pilasters, gilded sconces, rich tapestries, ornate marble fireplaces and original parquet floors. There are multiple formal and informal living and entertaining areas throughout the home, as well as a lush garden courtyard. There are 2 kitchens, one for staff catering and the other mainly for residents. Both are equipped with the best appliances available, and of the 9 master bedrooms, 5 are huge suites with 7 luxurious bathrooms, as well as 3 powder rooms. Each floor has a grand mahogany staircase and an oak-paneled private elevator. Elsewhere on the sprawling property are a study and library, fitness center, plunge pool, sauna, hot tub, massage room, and a 1,000-bottle temperature-controlled wine cellar. The staff wing includes 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and an office. The mansion offers a clear view of the famous Empire State Building and Chrysler Building from the roof of the house. After buying the mansion that afternoon, George found 4 more helpers through the bank, a driver, a chef, and 2 cleaners to bring tea and water when people stopped by. George was not willing to clean such a large room by himself. By the way, before the servant came, he selected 1,000 bottles of the wine that Ryan was asked to buy in the first place and stored them in the wine cellar. After asking the maid to change the bedding and toiletries in all the bedrooms, George moved into the mansion the next day. Then George took turns calling everyone he knew to inform him of his new contact information and address. George had always had no fixed address before, and it was not very convenient for anyone to find him. Buying a house would solve this problem. If there was one thing George didn't like about the house, it might be the lack of a garage. Fortunately, George bought a large parking room in a parking lot not far from his residence. There is still no problem in parking 2 cars. In the past 2 days, after George asked Paul to deliver the car he wanted, he stayed alone in the garage during the day. Later, George felt that one was not enough, so he bought another Lincoln car. George plans to use the Ford car Paul bought as his own transportation, and the Lincoln will be used as his own modification. Paul has also registered the company in the past few days, and the negotiations at the exhibition have been completed. Then George asked Paul to start paying attention to the stock market recently and call him immediately if there were any big changes. For the next few days, George stayed in the garage. Although he knew the principles of some things, the specific operation was still a bit troublesome. Fortunately, George has a good memory now, and he often touched cars in his previous life, so it is still possible to just install an electric starting system. What George modified on the car this time was the key rotation start system. Nowadays, the car keys of cars, tractors, and agricultural vehicles all have crank handles. You need to refuel first, use your left hand to decompress, then grab the crank handle with your right hand, make 1 or 2 turns to decompress, and shake it about 8 or 9 times to convert the internal energy. For mechanical energy, complete the suction and compression stroke to start the car. This method is simple, crude, and effective, but it also has many shortcomings. First of all, this method of starting a vehicle is undoubtedly more laborious. For women at that time, this operation was almost impossible. Secondly, this method of starting not only has strict requirements on speed and strength, and the risk factor is really not small. It was common to break several fingers due to improper operation at that time. Therefore, although rich people in this era have cars, they never drive themselves. Thinking about the well-dressed bosses standing in front of the car and shaking the handle in circles, the scene is amazing. George's current change is called knife key. This was actually adopted by Chrysler in 1949 in his previous life. The principle is that turning on the key opens the control power supply connecting the motor, ignition system, and oil pump. The motor drives the engine to make a triggering movement, and the starting movement triggers the ignition system and the oil pump to start working. Much like today's door keys, as long as the key's tooth shape matches the lock, the car can be started. It is simply used to open the door and start the car. Of course, George's lock is a door lock purchased from the market and directly installed on the car. This kind of lock also has disadvantages, that is, its security is somewhat low. As long as the teeth are correct, the vehicle can be unlocked, and getting a key is not a problem, so the car is still easy to be stolen. However, with the development of electronic technology in the future, more advanced chip keys will inevitably replace the keys introduced by George. Is this technique difficult? It's not difficult at all, but what has never been put into use? The reason lies in the battery. The automobile batteries currently used are lead-acid batteries and nickel batteries, but they also have many problems, such as low voltage, poor power storage capacity, etc. Based on the memory of his previous life, George realized the sealing of nickel-cadmium batteries, making nickel-cadmium dry batteries possible. The goal he achieved was to store as much energy as possible in the smallest possible space. This problem was not solved until 1949 in the previous life. It can be said that George directly advanced the battery technology by 29 years, directly solving the shortcomings of high cost and high failure rate. In this way, George modified the first car he needed in just a few days. He also made 2 more rechargeable batteries for the car and left them for use at the exhibition. George also added headrests to the car seats. Moreover, after George obtained the patent for each headrest, he arranged for Paul to find someone to sew it individually. These are the exhibits that George will bring to the exhibition. Thanks to the book friend Jinya Moyokianyan Qozn, who only eats coconut meat and does not drink coconut, and the book friend Du for their recommendation votes. Thank you all book friends for your collection, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Winchester Company. Chapter 26 Winchester Company. After George modified the car that day, he asked the driver to drive it around the block twice, then turn it off and on again, and then drive it around twice again, testing it constantly. Try to verify the practicality of the vehicle battery and electric start. The next day, George was taking a call from Woodruff, Georgia. Woodruff told George that they had now changed the slogan to the one George told him. And the response is pretty good, at least it's catchy. Then he invited George to go to his ranch in autumn and winter to watch the autumn hunting activities. But when George heard about hunting, he immediately remembered that a famous arms company would go bankrupt and be resold within 2 months at the latest. Thinking of the firearms knowledge from Deadshot in his mind, George felt that he could give it a try. Then George asked Woodruff on the other end of the phone, "Do you know anyone from Winchester? Are you talking about that Winchester? Then you have found the right person. I have met their old patriarch and current leader, Mr. Thomas Gray Bennett, several times. My first Winchester is made in their workshop. This kind of shotgun is really a custom shop that can show its identity." "Well, yes, can you please introduce me to him? I'm going to visit him in the next 2 days." George didn't tell Woodruff his true purpose, because that would make no sense. "Okay, wait for my call, I'll call you later." "Thank you, Mr. Woodruff." After saying that, the two hung up the phone. Half an hour later, Woodruff called and said that he had been introduced to Thomas Gray Bennett. He could just go to Winchester Company and report his name directly. George thanked him quickly, and then the two hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, George was thinking about how to deal with this matter. Winchester is not a legendary company among arms companies, but as the older generation of Winchester ages, there is simply no successor who can take up the leading role. The current patriarch is 80 years old and still has to handle company affairs. One can imagine the family's loneliness. Moreover, with the decline of the Winchester family, Winchester Company's innovation capabilities also had problems, and it gradually fell behind under the competition from domestic companies in the United States. George is not too worried about this. He has countless classic firearms knowledge in his mind, so he only needs to think of a suitable gun type and bring it out. After thinking about the matter, George took out 2 pieces of blank paper directly from the study and considered the contemporary nature. It is definitely inappropriate to come up with something that is too advanced. Then after thinking for a while, George began to draw on the paper. An hour later, the overall shape of a firearm was on the urine paper, and the mechanical structure of the firearm was on the other paper. The gun George chose was the M1 Garand rifle, so named because it was designed by Springfield Armory designer John Cantus Garand. Of course, it was no longer designed by the designer named Garland, so George decided to change the name of the gun to the M1 Orwell rifle. This gun was the standard rifle equipped by the U.S. Army during World War II in George's previous life. It is also the most famous product of John Garland of Springfield Arsenal. On January 1936, the U.S. military began to equip the M9 Garand. After World War II and the Korean War, by nearly 1957 million M1 Garands had been produced worldwide. The development process of the M1 rifle is very long. The original design was started in 1921. After the preliminary design was completed, it took more than 10 years to change the design of various details to cater to the stubborn but demanding requirements of the U.S. Army. The design requirements were inconsistent, and after a long period of repeated revisions, the design was finalized and mass production began in 1936. However, after it was put into production, it underwent major modifications again, and it was not until 1940 that it became the M1 Garand rifle we are familiar with. This gun also has an official name, named US 30 caliber M1 rifle. The M1 rifle has high reliability, high shooting accuracy, and is easy to disassemble and clean. It has proven to be a reliable, durable, and effective rifle. The M1 rifle has passed the test of all extreme environments with excellence. Considered the best rifle of World War II. It has even been evaluated as the most amazing combat weapon that has ever appeared. M1 2.5 M1C/D M1903A4. Most importantly, it also has the next generation product M14 automatic rifle and the later M16 automatic rifle. Even Winchester Company invented a gun called the M1 carbine during World War II, and George also had specific parameters. This gun was a self-defense weapon that the U.S. Army wanted to provide for second-line troops during World War II to replace the standard pistol. Compared with the M1 Garand rifle, the M1 carbine has an easily replaceable magazine and a larger ammunition capacity. It has a higher actual rate of fire and lower recoil. Its shooting accuracy and penetration are better than submachine guns that use pistol bullets. With the addition of a speed switch and a large capacity magazine, the M2's firepower is almost equivalent to that of an assault rifle. The reason why I use almost is because its effective range is still too close. Therefore, the M1 carbine and its variants were a very effective infantry melee weapon during World War II. Therefore, George has prepared all rifles that can be improved in the future. In other words, George has prepared a series of firearms for Winchester. This series, even in a new arms company, will achieve good results. And the reason why George fell in love with Winchester Company is, if necessary, George will also launch various types of pistols, sniper rifles, etc. according to the actual situation. These will have to wait. There is no need to take out too many things. First, this company represents a kind of sentiment and has an inherent advantage in promoting new products. Second, it has connections in the US military that George cannot match. This is what George values most. Third, he already has production lines and skilled workers. Therefore, coupled with George's financial support, winning Winchester should not be a problem. He just hoped that there would be no other disturbances in the middle, because George remembered that during this same period, the Winchester family sold the company to a company called Western Arms. Thinking of this, George immediately informed Paul to come and have a round with him early tomorrow morning. Then we drove together to the Winchester Company address. Fortunately, it's in New Haven, Connecticut, which is very close to New York, and you can drive there directly. The next day, early in the morning, before George had finished breakfast, Paul arrived. After George had a few bites, he asked the driver to drive Paul's car, and Paul drove the newly modified car. The purpose of driving two cars this time is to test the performance of the newly modified cars on long distances. Driving an unmodified car is just a precaution in case the car breaks down halfway. After telling Paul their destination, the two cars set off. On the way, George also told Paul the purpose of going to Winchester Company. However, George did not say anything about the current situation of Winchester Company. Because those were all predicted by George based on the trend in the previous life. Only when George sees it in person this time can it be used as a basis for judgment. After all, the experience of the previous life can only provide him with reference, and he cannot follow the historical dates of the previous life completely. Otherwise, sooner or later, you will suffer a loss. George has always warned himself this. George leaned on the back seat, his head resting on the fixed headrest he installed, which was much more comfortable than before without support. This set of headrests was only modified by George himself, and there are still many things that are unsatisfactory. After chatting for a while, George watched Of Mice and Men brought by Paul this morning in the back seat. Yes, the book George wrote is finally out. According to Paul, the book sold more than 200 copies on the first day of publication. Paul also said that the publishing house wanted to arrange an interview and get a signature or something, but George thought about it and asked Paul to tell the publishing house that if it was just to do it in New York, he still agreed, and forget about other places. Transportation was very inconvenient in this era. It took a week to travel by train from the East Coast to the West Coast. Paul then told him he would contact the publisher. In this era, entertainment is relatively scarce, and people usually pass the time by reading newspapers or books. Americans have always had very good reading habits. Reading a book when you have nothing to do is a good choice. After dealing with newspapers this time, George also learned that the newspapers of this era mainly published violent and pornographic magazines, which greatly attracted attention, represented by minions. The structure is mainly based on regionalization, that is, across the country, states, cities, and counties work together to form a news group. There is no truly national publishing newspaper. Originally, George's plan was to take a certain share of the newspaper group during this economic crisis. However, it is not that easy to buy directly from the newspaper group, but if there is a chance, George still wants to fight for it. From this, George thought of the future television project. The first television capable of displaying images was not shown to people until 1924, and there was still huge controversy about the inventor of television in his previous life. It won't happen in this life. George kept this matter in his mind and waited for the Winchester Company's affairs to be dealt with before he could start making arrangements. Time passed through George's thoughts. By the time George came to his senses, they had arrived at Winchester Company in New Haven. After Paul communicated with the front desk, an assistant took George and the two to a reception room. Then after serving 2 cups of coffee, he told George that Mr. Thomas Gray Bennett was receiving guests and asked him to wait a moment. After waiting for 40 seconds, 4 people came out from a side door in the reception room. According to George's observation, these people should belong to 2 groups. Needless to say, the old man who was accompanied by the assistant just now is the person George wants to meet this time, Mr. Thomas Gray Bennett. The other 2 people were led by the tall middle-aged man in front. After the 4 people walked out of the room and saw George and the 2 of them, the old man smiled and nodded to George. The other 2 people were expressionless. They just glanced at it, turned their heads, and then said to the old man, "Mr. Bennett, please seriously consider our company's proposal. I believe that now only our Western Ammunition Company I can give you such generous conditions. I will think about it seriously. Just give me a little more time." An old man will always think much slower. The old man replied with a smile. It can be seen that although the old man's situation is not very good, his calm demeanor is indeed not comparable to that of an upstart like George. George also had guesses about the 2 people opposite the old man. These 2 people should be the Western Ammunition Company that took the Winchester Company into its hands in the previous life. It seems that this trip has really come at the right time. If it had been a month later, Winchester Company might have been bought by Western Ammunition Company and then transformed into a factory focusing on distribution production. After shaking hands with a few people over there, the 2 people from Western Ammunition Company left without looking at George again. But it doesn't matter if George is here. He doesn't have a me-centered mentality. It doesn't matter if people ignore him. I didn't offend him, so I didn't have the mentality that if you ignore me, you don't give me face. To be honest, if his arrival this time succeeds, he will still be trying to pry the opponent's corner. Let Western Ammunition's plans go haywire, so. Thanks to book friend Dududududu and book friend Chenmadala for voting for recommendation, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 Cooperation reached. Chapter 27 Cooperation reached. After seeing off the first group of guests, the old man turned around and walked towards George. George also stood up, took 2 steps forward, and extended his right hand first. Because, as a Chinese who had received many years of moral training in the previous life, I admired an old man who had to return to the board of directors and lead the company when he was nearly 80 years old. The old man obviously saw George's kindness, shook hands with George and said, "Young man, are you the lucky little guy George Orwell that Woodruff mentioned?" "Yes, sir. I am the lucky guy." Faced with the old man's kind teasing and calling himself a little guy, George was not angry. Because in terms of age, there is no problem at all for the other party to call himself a little guy. Haha, luck is also a skill of its own. I heard from Woodruff that you also like guns. Come on, I will show you my collection. Although you are not old enough to buy guns, there is always no problem in taking a tour. Yes. And you seem to be prepared. After saying that, he looked at Paul. The old man may have thought that George brought Paul here to buy a gun in Paul's name and then use it for himself. George did not explain this directly, but slowly followed the old man to an exhibition room. The four walls of this room are filled with display racks with all the firearms of the Winchester Company engraved in various patterns. There are several firearms of each type. The wall at the entrance displays the volcano pistols and rifles produced by the Winchester Company in its early days, and later the Henry rifles that played a major role in the victory of the Union Army. After the war, the gun was improved and the M1866 rifle called the Winchester rifle was launched. It was further improved in the 1870s and the M1873 rifle was launched. In 1878, the first rotating bolt-action rifle was launched, called the Winchester Hatchkiss rifle. On the right side of the door and on the two opposite walls are the company's cooperation with Browning in 1883 to produce rifles and shotguns designed by it. There are a total of 10 types of Browning-designed rifles, including the most famous M1894 rifle. This gun, M1903, M1905, M1907, M1910, M1912. What is displayed here is not only a handful of cold firearms, but also a narrative history of Winchester Company since its establishment. George can hear the reluctance to leave this company in the old man's explanation. In fact, the Winchester family is still very wealthy, but this family has its own investment philosophy, and when the older generation is old and the younger generation is unable to take over, they have to sell the business. After such a visit, it was almost noon. After George and the old man had lunch together again, they returned to the office and sat down. The old man was able to accompany George to visit for a whole morning. George guessed that firstly, George's previous attitude had gained the old man's favor, and secondly, the two people in the morning had stimulated the old man and made him decide to sell the factory, so he browsed the collections again. It is also a memory and farewell to myself. After the two of them sat down and drank lipstick tea, the old man said, "George, you have also seen my collection. If you like it, I can have it handmade and give it to you. This is a thank you for listening to this old man like me. Talking about the reward for a whole morning, ha 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 ha. Thank you then. However, in fact, the main purpose of my coming to see you is not just to buy a gun. Oh, how many do you want? Agree in advance. Handmade guns are very time-consuming, so you may not be able to make them in time." George understood what he meant, which was that the factory was going to be sold soon, and at that time he would not be able to let workers make guns for him for free. George also smiled slightly and said, "I want to buy the entire Winchester Company." The old man was stunned when he heard George's words. "George, are you kidding me? Of course not. I understand that Winchester Company has been losing money in the past 2 years. Although it is also engaged in the production of razors, military knives, and other things, there seems to be no improvement." George paused for a moment, looked at the old man's face without any change, and then continued, "My father is a soldier, and he also has some firearms in his collection at home. Among them, several models produced by the Winchester Company are his favorites. I also like firearms very much, and I even designed one. Now I have this opportunity, so I want to see if I can reach a cooperation with you." After another pause, the old man saw that George was indeed not joking, and said, "George, do you know how much the Winchester Company is worth now?" "Well, I'm also waiting for your quote." "As expected, you haven't conducted any specific investigation. Let me tell you this, Western Ammunition Company made an offer of $600 million this morning." "I'm still hesitating now." George was stunned after hearing the old man's quotation. The price was indeed higher than George expected. George originally thought it would be worth up to $400 million. After adding his own firearm design and giving part of the shares to the Winchester family, it should be possible. However, it seems that there is still a slight gap, but it is not impossible to talk about. It's not that he can't get the money, but the key is that he needs it in 3 months. And it's unnecessary to pay too much. No matter how sentimental he is, Winchester is not George's only choice. George still has $450 million in bank deposits and more than $100 million in cash in the space. George calculated his chips for a while, and then said to the old man, "Mr. Bennett, my offer may be lower. I can only offer $400 million for the time being, but I only require 70% of the shares. And I also attached a rifle design drawing. I only need a licensing agreement for all the previous patents of Winchester Company. If you don't want to manage the company in 2 years, then I can also use 5% as a management dividend. Shares are awarded to managers. Moreover, the company will always use the current name. Are you very confident in the gun you designed? Then take it out and let me see it." When George saw something about it, he immediately got the drawings from Paul. Of course, they were just appearance drawings, including some basic data. As an old man who has been dealing with guns all his life, Thomas Gray Bennett can certainly easily analyze the excellence of this gun. Next, the two discussed the gun for a long time, and their initial intention was reached. The next thing was handled by his subordinates. After George signed the contract, he stayed in the company for 3 more days, leaving a check for $400 million, a set of drawings of the M1 Orwell rifle, and Paul was left to deal with some things. Just returned to New York first. Since then, he has owned a small arms and ammunition company after the Coca-Cola Company. George's actual shareholding of $400 million should be 66%, which is more appropriate. This should include all the company's previous patents. In other words, those patents should also have a part of George. Now, George voluntarily gave up this part and obtained the production authorization. It seems that George is at a disadvantage at this point. However, the reality is that as long as George can produce the guns previously produced by Winchester, it doesn't matter whether they have those patents or not. Now, through Winchester's connections and workers, the production line is what George is interested in. As for what you want in the future, just buy it. The next day, George returned to the villa and asked someone to send a telegram to Ryan. Let Lane come to New York to meet. A week later, it was June and Paul was back. Before Paul came back, Bennett also called and told George that he had chosen a successor and was now taking him with him to study, so that George could go and see him when he was free. After Paul came back, he also told George his impression of the other party. But George did not intervene. George also put the 2 antique guns that Paul brought back on the display stand. Both of these guns had antique collection certificates, so he was not afraid of being discovered by the police. Looking at these 2 handmade firearms, George was really thinking about old Bennett's roomful collection. George felt that it was necessary to build such a house in the future. The old man was required to sign each gun. In later generations, a gun was sold for tens of millions of dollars. After Paul comes back, ask him to pay attention to the stock market, and then communicate with him about the items that need to be displayed at the exhibition, and let him arrange the rest. The next day, Ryan also came to the villa from the winery. George arranged for him to rest for a day and have breakfast the next morning. The two came to the study room, and George took out a piece of paper from the desk with a name and approximate address written on it. Then he said, "Uncle Ryan, this is for you. I asked you to come here this time because I want you to help me go to England and invite Baird here. He should be living in Heskins in southwest England now. No matter how specific it is, you need to put more effort into finding him. After saying that, George thought of something again, and then said, he is not in good health now, so you can show some differences appropriately. This is why I arranged for you to invite him. And, you tell him that after he comes, I fully support his experiment. Baird, full name John Logie Baird. Born in the UK, he was frail and sickly since he was a child and almost lost his life to diseases many times. However, his physical fragility tempered his courage and perseverance to overcome difficulties. After graduating from college, he worked in an electrical company. In 1906, Baird, who was only 18 years old, moved from his hometown in Scotland to Heskins in southwest England, where he established a laboratory and began research on television. In the spring of 1924, he finally successfully launched a cross flower. The image was just a flickering outline, and the launch distance was only 3 meters. The materials he used were all kinds of substitutes found at second-hand stalls and garbage dumps, and he assembled a complete set of them, which were glued and connected in series with glue, string, paint and densely packed wires. On October 1925, he finally created the first mechanical television that could transmit images. This was the prototype of television. He can be said to be the father of television. After Ryan invites him back, George plans to invite Philo Farnsworth. Compared with Baird's mechanical television, Philo Farnsworth's invention can be called electronic television. But Farnsworth's road to research and development has been quite bumpy. By the late 30s, by the time the U.S. Patent Office finally determined that Farnsworth should be the holder of all the major patents for television, it was too late for Farnsworth, who had almost run out of funds. As World War II approached, the federal government soon announced a moratorium on the development of the television industry. As a result, it had to be postponed until 1946 before television could legally be manufactured, by which time Farnsworth's patent had expired. Farnsworth went through many hardships to invent television, but gained nothing in terms of personal gain. In this life, George decided to bring these two people together to obtain the patent for the television in advance. Even in this era, this market is worth hundreds of millions. After George communicated with Ryan about how to invite people, he arranged for Ryan to go to London, England in 2 days. It would take 5 to 6 days to reach the UK, but George didn't know how long it would take to find Baird. After arranging things for Ryan, George started the drink delivery business again in June. A week later, George returned to New York, met Tessio again, and got the contract for the sale of antiques and a check for $150 million from him. It seems that the price of drinks has increased a lot again. Looking at Tessio's burning eyes, George just smiled. After receiving the money this time, George personally called Corleone and expressed to him his idea of buying a casino with a gambling license in Reno. Hopefully through his introduction a deal can be concluded. Corleone also said on the phone that he would help him inquire about this matter as soon as possible. The only place where gambling is legal in the United States is in Nevada, and now the largest gathering point is in Reno. George is buying a casino now, firstly for the convenience of money laundering, and secondly for the legal gambling card. This gambling card will be George's preparation for joining Las Vegas in the future without being threatened. New York Expo opens on June 6. Thanks to Bookfriend 20210706144026996, Bookfriend Eternal Xia Mou Rose Yang, Bookfriend Universe Star God, and Bookfriend Du for their recommendation votes. Thank you all book friends. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 World Expo 1. Chapter 28 World Expo. June 6 New York World's Fair. Early in the morning, George first came to his company's booth. The booth was set up by Paul according to George's instructions. It can be said that it is full of flowers and branches, which is different from the simple roots on other booths. Moreover, George made 2 cylindrical 1.5-meter fixed frames with steel bars in the middle of the booth. There is a platform inside the cylinder that can swing slightly left and right. The highly sealed vehicle rechargeable battery invented by George is fixed on it and swings with the platform. There are also 2 wires, one connected to the battery and the other connected to the electric fans. George also specially asked Paul to arrange for two beauties to stand next to two special booths to keep the battery shaking slightly. The invention of the car seat headrest was originally going to be placed on the exhibition stand for a week, but George decided against it after considering it. Prepare to use him as a small trump card. Seeing a circle of people gathered around his booth, George did not go up to say hello to these people, but let Paul do the communication. He himself started to wander around in the expo. Paul estimated that the Stark family's expo was learned from here. Here George saw stainless steel washing machines, vacuum cleaners, hair dryers, refrigerators, and other household appliances. The inside of the washing machine that George saw was almost smooth, with only water swirling along the inner barrel. George suddenly discovered that it seems that the agitator washing machine has not been invented yet. After writing this down, George was going to get out the agitator washing machine when he got back. This was very simple. There are also fans. Today's fans have fixed wind speeds and do not have the function of changing speeds and automatically shaking their heads like in previous generations. This one is even simpler, just adding a few sets of resistors and a small motor. When he saw a household refrigerator, George in his previous life had read an online article about inventing a car air conditioner based on the principle of a refrigerator. The basic principles of the two are the same. You can definitely recruit people to do research and development. With the ideas you provide, isn't it possible? Write this down too. After walking around, George discovered that there are still many areas for improvement in terms of people's livelihood. In the past, George's eyes were fixed on the big companies he remembered from his previous life. After walking around, I discovered that these humble things combined are no less profitable than those enterprises. Many home appliances in the past life had schematics drawn in the instructions. It seems that I will have to study physics in depth in the future. George then moved forward to the car-related product area, where there are local American cars such as General Motors, Cadillac, Lincoln, Ford, etc., as well as brands such as British Louvre, Bentley, German Mercedes, and BMW. George believes that next year, he will be the most beautiful cub in this exhibition area. Here George focused on observing Lincoln cars, because George remembered that it was at this time that Lincoln was already losing money, and it was sold to Ford for $800 million with a 2-year reserve. George felt that the Lincoln Company would be worth less during the economic crisis, and that was his next goal. George opened his eyes and saw various diesel engine companies, agricultural machinery companies, etc. George didn't browse too much about these, he just had a rough image, took some leaflets and left. In a corner of the exhibition, George discovered the aircraft manufacturing company. Then George slowly started to search. After passing 2 booths, he saw a booth with the words Boeing Aircraft Company on the banner. What George was looking for was this company that seemed to be just starting out now, because it was the world's largest aerospace company in its previous life. It was also the world's leading manufacturer of civil aircraft and defense, space, and security systems, as well as an after-sales support service provider. Boeing is still in its infancy. From the furniture on the exhibition board and the introduction of yachts, it can be seen that it has also encountered difficulties. George came here this time to meet William Edward Boeing, the founder and soul of Boeing Company. Under his leadership, Boeing became the largest U.S. manufacturing exporter. Boeing supports airline and government customers in more than 150 countries and territories around the world. Boeing's products and customized services include civil and military aircraft, satellites, weapons, electronics and defense systems, launch systems, advanced information and communications systems, and performance-based logistics and training. Boeing has 3 business units: commercial airplanes, defense, space, and security, and Boeing Global Services. Annual revenue reaches $58 million, 158. But also because of the international situation, he began to lose money. But this is the Marvel world, which is different from later generations. In the Marvel world, Tony Stark has a customized private jet at Boeing, so we can see his potential. Although during World War I, due to the network of Boeing's partner Wilt, the U.S. Navy purchased 22 C-type trainer aircraft equipped with twin pontoons, bi-wings and single engines from Boeing Aircraft Company at a price of $50, allowing the company to grow rapidly. However, after the end of World War I, there was no greater demand for military aircraft, the civil aviation industry had not yet begun to develop, and Boeing encountered a bottleneck in its development. So George can see the introduction of furniture and yachts on Boeing's product display boards, all for survival. Seeing George, whose clothes looked expensive, standing outside the booth, an employee from Boeing Company rushed over immediately and handed him an introduction about the yacht. Then he had to introduce the product to George in detail, but George interrupted directly, "I'm not here to see the yacht. Is Mr. Boeing, the boss of your company, here?" Then George was taken to see Boeing. The Boeing in front of him should be 39 years old, wearing a pair of round glasses, a beard and a neat suit. The employee went over and told Boeing what happened. Then when Boeing nodded, he smiled at George and left. "Hello, sir, I don't know what to call me. I am the person you are looking for, William Edward Boeing. You can also call me Boeing." Boeing saw the young man opposite, who was about 180 meters tall, handsome and well-dressed. "People say, 'Hello Mr. Boeing,' I've taken the liberty to drop by and introduce myself. My name is George Orwell. I am the largest shareholder of the Coca-Cola Company and the largest shareholder of the Winchester Company. Nice to meet you." After saying that, the two shook hands. "I don't know, Mr. Orwell is looking for me." Boeing took George to the rest area next to him, sat down and then asked, "You can just call me George." "Well, that's the case. When I visited the Self-Defense Forces camp in Washington, I heard an airplane instructor talk about the seaplane produced by your company. I am also very interested in airplanes. It was a great opportunity, so I came over to see if there was any chance of cooperation with Boeing." George said sideways that he had connections in the military and was very rich. "I have no choice, I don't have anyone to support me, so I can only do it myself. It seems that I should find another person. It would be very shameless for me to do such a thing. Of course, I don't know, George, how do you plan to cooperate? Do you want to learn to fly a plane? I can introduce you to a training school. Moreover, if you want to buy a seaplane, I can also take you to experience our company's Blue Eagle for yourself." "No. It is definitely one of the best airplanes," Boeing said with a smile. Maybe he didn't let Boeing believe his identity, and a stranger came forward to say who he was. Although the clothes George wore looked expensive, the liar didn't package himself. "I think Mr. Boeing misunderstood. I am interested in your company. I wonder if Mr. Boeing has accepted the idea of becoming a shareholder." George did not struggle to prove himself, but directly stated his purpose. "This is such a cooperation, please let me consider it," Boeing said. It could be seen that Boeing did not believe in George's strength, so it did not agree. George just smiled and did not continue to delve into this issue. George remembered that due to the transformation, Boeing has lost nearly $30, which means that Boeing is struggling now. Moreover, with the economic crisis coming soon, George believed that when he found Boeing again next time, he would definitely not refuse. After the two discussed the aircraft's piloting skills for a while, George handed over his business card and told Boeing to call him if he changed his mind. He will definitely offer a price that Boeing cannot refuse. Then left the booth. Boeing also sent back a business card and sent George out of the booth. Looking at George walking into the crowd again, Boeing thought that maybe this person he just met today is really interested in Boeing Company. Thinking about the current situation of the company, I thought that maybe this was a way out. But he still insisted on looking at it, then looked at the business card in his hand, and then put it away. That afternoon, when Boeing went to visit other exhibits at the expo, they saw PL being watched. After thinking about George, whom he had talked to in the morning, he also walked into the crowd and listened carefully to Paul's introduction to the advantages of batteries. After listening to the explanation, I further deepened an idea in my mind. On the other side, after George came out of Boeing, he stood in front of the Airco Seaplane Company's booth soon. If Boeing is the dominant company in civil aviation, then the Lockheed Aircraft Manufacturing Company founded by Alan Lockheed and Malcolm Lockheed lit the fuse for what became the no-arms manufacturer. The entrepreneurial path of these two brothers was not smooth. The current company is their second venture. The F-1 designed by this company once set a record of 211 miles and 181 minutes of flight time. However, because the F-1 aircraft was a seaplane, the U.S. military at the time required them to convert it into a road aircraft. The First World War was over before the aircraft was successfully converted. And because the U.S. government began to sell a large number of military aircraft to the civilian aircraft market at extremely low prices. This makes today's airplanes very cheap. How cheap? You can buy one for $300. As a result, although Lockheed's aircraft have a good reputation, no one buys them. So now Lockheed Aircraft Manufacturing Company is on the verge of bankruptcy. Looking at this slightly shabby display stand in the corner, George could tell that the company was definitely at the end of its rope. It is estimated that the brothers' company will not be able to survive for long without waiting for the economic crisis. When you walk into the booth, you can see several photos posted prominently on the booth. The introduction shows a group photo of King Albert and Queen Elizabeth of Belgium riding on their plane, as well as several photos of the movie factory renting a Lockheed plane. Film stills. It can be said that although Lockheed's aircraft had a good reputation at this time, no one bought them. Lockheed Aviation went bankrupt under these circumstances. It was not until 1926 that the Lockheed Flying Company was opened again, and it went bankrupt again during the Great Depression. In 1932, Lockheed held an auction and brothers Robert and Cortlandt Gross purchased it for $4. With the efforts of these two generations of entrepreneurs, Lockheed developed step by step and later merged with Martin to become Lockheed Martin, the largest arms supplier to the U.S. military. Lockheed's failure was due to social-environmental factors and the company's management. It can be said that the two brothers were both designer-like talents and had weaknesses in management, so they failed repeatedly. What George wants is to use Boeing as the management, a design team dominated by the Lockheed brothers, and coupled with the great Lockheed designers he knew in his previous life, Lockheed will inevitably achieve more brilliant achievements in the future. Thanks to Bookfriend and Bookfriend Original Sin Combination 01 Domineering Unparalleled Yi Le Ruoshui for their recommendation votes. Thank you all for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Expo 2. Chapter 29 World Expo. Lockheed booth at Expo. While George was looking at the pictures on the display board and thinking, a voice sounded from behind him, "Hello, sir, how can I help you?" George turned around and saw the young man who had smiled and nodded to him as soon as he entered the booth and continued to communicate with others. George smiled back, and then handed over his business card. "You can call me George, and I will discuss some business with the Lockheed brothers." "Okay, please wait a moment." Seeing the names of the two companies printed on the back of George's business card, the young man, without asking too much, took George's business card and walked directly towards the two people who had just walked out of the booth. From their similar appearance, George could tell that these two were the Lockheed brothers. Then they saw the two brothers walking towards George after listening to the young man's story and looking at the business cards in their hands. When they arrived, the person walking a little ahead stretched out his hands to shake George's hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Orwell, I am Malcolm Lockheed." Then he pointed to the person behind him and continued, "This is my brother Alan Lockheed. I just heard from John that Mr. Orwell wanted to discuss a business deal with us." "Yes," George looked around and said, "let's talk in another place." The booths of these two brothers were much different, and there was not even a place to receive guests. "Of course, please come over here." Malcolm knew that there was really no suitable place to talk in his booth, so he smiled awkwardly and took George to the tea cart at the end of the exhibition that provided rest for the venue. There are also free tables and chairs there. After the three of them sat down, the waiter came up and asked what they wanted, and all three of them ordered a cup of coffee. Then George introduced himself to each other again with the Lockheed brothers. After the waiter put down the coffee and left, George took the coffee and took a sip before saying, "You two, that's it. I would like to take the liberty of asking how your company's business is doing now." "Well, the current business situation is not very good. However, many film and television companies are negotiating business with us. I wonder why Mr. Orwell wants to know this." This time, Alan smiled awkwardly and asked. In fact, they themselves know that their current situation can no longer be described as not being too good. They haven't paid wages for 2 months now as the U.S. government sells off planes at low prices. The brothers borrowed money to come to the expo this time, just for a last-ditch effort. Because there was no funds, in addition to the brothers, John also came, and the money was borrowed from John. I don't like to beat around the bush. I know that the current situation of Lockheed is very bad. I am also connected in the military. You can see how low the price of aircraft is now by looking at these surrounding companies. So, let me tell you directly, I am attracted to your company's design capabilities. Although your company's current situation is very bad, it is undeniable that the F-1 aircraft is still very good in terms of design," George said directly. The two brothers looked at each other and thought for a while before saying, "Thank you, Mr. Orwell, for your recognition of our company's aircraft. I don't know how you plan to cooperate." The two brothers just went out to attract investment, looking for business, but couldn't find it. So when they heard that George said they were interested in the company, the brothers basically agreed after thinking about it for a while, but the next step would depend on the conditions given by George. George smiled and said, "I will pay $10 to directly acquire the entire company, including the designer team and aircraft patents." Is this a little missing? You must know that the F-1 is a very excellent aircraft. You also know that a current aircraft only sells for $300, and it takes more than $300 to sell it for $10. So you think there is such a big market to sell so many aircraft when the government is disposing of the aircraft at a low price? George paused for a moment, took a sip of coffee, and then continued, "Moreover, there are so many aircraft companies now, and there is a lot of room for others to choose. So I paid $10 based on the current status of the F-1 aircraft, given by reputation. However, this is still a little less. I think the F-1 aircraft patent is definitely worth a better price. Okay, I do business and I don't like procrastination. In this way, I will pay $15 to acquire Lockheed, and Lockheed's previous liabilities will be borne by me. And later I will give another $10 for research and development expenses. Pitch into the company. How about that? Mr. Orwell, are you telling the truth?" After hearing George's series of quotations, the two brothers could no longer conceal their inner excitement. Let's put it this way, although the two brothers have made some achievements before, as maintenance workers, they have never seen big money. It can be said that this time George knocked the two brothers unconscious with money. Of course it's true. If you are worried, I can arrange for someone to come over and sign a contract with you later. Of course it would be possible if the contract could be signed earlier. Don't be too happy. I've said it before. What I mainly value is the ability of you two brothers and the design team. There are conditions for my payment, and that is the main people in your current design team. You must sign a long-term labor contract with me, and if you break the contract, you will be subject to a large amount of liquidated damages, and you will not be able to participate in the aircraft industry for at least 10 years. George said seriously when he saw that the two were happy too early. After hearing George's conditions, the two brothers were silent for a while. After looking at each other, they said with embarrassment, "Mr. Orwell, our current design team mainly consists of our brothers and John. We will accept your conditions." The two brothers can accept it, but we still need to communicate with John. Of course, what is the full name of John you are talking about? Are you here? He is here, his name is John Northrup, he is the young man you saw just now. Then go and call him over, and I'll talk to him personally. Okay, Mr. Orwell, please wait a moment. After saying that, Alan got up and walked back to the booth. After a while, he saw him coming back with John. Hello, Mr. Orwell. Hello, John. Alan should have told you about the current situation. I don't know what you think. George looked at the other person through glasses and said. Well, John paused for a while and said, Is this punishment too severe? George looked at the real designer of the F-1 aircraft in front of him, and thought to himself that this John was indeed not the John he would be when he matured, and then said, What I just told them was just the conditions I offered for the acquisition of the company. You can listen to the following conditions and then think about it. George looked at the three people with exploratory expressions and said, Based on the previous conditions, I have another reward for the R&D team. In addition to a uniform salary increase of 20%, once the aircraft designed by the designer team is mass-produced, then I will give 10% of the profit as a bonus to the entire R&D team, and the team will distribute it according to their contribution. Even if there is no mass production, as long as it can be proved that it is a qualified design, I will give $5,000. Rewards. These 2 points can be written into the contract. George deeply understands that if you want a horse to run fast, you must feed the horse well. Our ancestors in previous lives taught us that generals should use the wisdom of luring hungry soldiers to lure them. And George is not poor and generous, the key is that they are worth the price. The two brothers were not even close, but the man named John Northrop was definitely a talent. George remembers John N. Northrop, nicknamed Jack Northrop, born November 1895, 11 in Newark, New Jersey, American aerospace industrialist, founder of the Northrop Corporation and Roxy, one of the founders of the German company. In later generations, Northrop was recognized as one of the world's most creative and prolific aircraft designers. He designed a large number of flying wing aircraft, but most of the designs were considered too advanced by the industry to reach practical levels. It wasn't until the B-1988's first flight in two that Northrop's design was proven to be far-sighted. In later generations, flying wings have become the representative configuration of advanced aircraft, especially in the field of drones, where flying wings are widely used. Low detectability is an important reason why people love flying wings. The first stealth aircraft adopted a flying wing layout structure. Northrop, the company he founded, is also one of the 5 largest arms dealers in the United States. Thinking of this, George looked at the two brothers. George felt that it was these two brothers that hindered John's development. After leaving these two brothers, John took off directly. After hearing George's conditions, the three of them immediately became excited. Even though John, the youngest of the three of them, is only 25 years old, I have never seen such an aggressive boss who directly throws money at people. In this era, the per capita income is only a few dollars a day. One design will reward one company with $1, which is more than 2 years' salary per year. Still hesitating, the three people nodded quickly and expressed their willingness to accept the conditions. Then George. Seeing that it was almost time, I invited the three of them to have lunch together. After lunch, George asked the three of them to go back to their booth to pack their things. There was no need to continue to display their booth, and told them that a man named Paul would come over in a moment to talk to them about the next thing. George walked slowly back to the company's booth. It was lunchtime, and there were still a few people here surrounding Paul, sitting on the sofa next to the booth. When Paul saw George coming back, he quickly got up and walked towards George and said, "Boss, you are back. There are several people here who have been waiting for you all morning." After that, I introduced several people to George. 2 of them were the previous patent owners of sulfuric acid batteries and nickel-iron batteries, and several people were from 2 car companies, namely BMW and Ford. And 2 investment companies. George didn't care which one, because he didn't need this kind of investment. George and Paul walked to the reception room. After meeting and greeting a few people, they first said to the people from the investment company, "Hello, you two, I'm sorry. I have no plans to raise funds for the time being, so I can cooperate again if I have the opportunity in the future. Sorry, I kept you waiting for so long. This last sentence is addressed to everyone. Several people said it didn't matter. When the two people from the investment company saw George coming in, they refused to accept him. They understood that George really had no plans to raise funds, so they stood up and left. But before leaving, they all left their contact information and said they would have the opportunity to collaborate again in the future. Then George looked at the two car companies and said, "You two must have seen the promotion of my battery for the car industry, but now I have not considered the cooperation model with each car company, so after I think about it, I will contact you all. What do you think?" After the two companies saw no future, they both left. In the end, these two companies can be said to be former waivers. Once their own rechargeable batteries are launched on the market, these two companies will have no room to fight back. Fortunately, these two companies are not listed companies yet, otherwise, they would have fallen directly to the bottom today. Compared with the previous ones, these two are much more urgent. The representatives of both companies looked directly at George. After George looked at them, he smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. To be honest, after the patent is issued, I plan to take the initiative to talk to you. But you know traffic is so slow right now, so it just so happens that this is a good opportunity. It's like this. Cooperation is definitely possible, but how to cooperate specifically needs to be carefully considered. I have a specific data about our batteries here, which is more detailed than the data in your hands. You all take it back. Show it to the leadership, and you can come to me after you think about it." After saying that, he handed a detailed information to the two of them. But it is not a product, it should be said that they are all upgraded versions of their own products. After sending them away in their enthusiasm, George had time. Paul first explained clearly the terms drawn up with the Lockheed 3, and then he contacted the lawyer to draw up the contract first. After he read it, he signed the contract with the three people. He also asked Paul to arrange for the staff to take turns eating, including Paul himself. Ask him to make arrangements with Lockheed after lunch. Thanks to book friend for your recommendation, vote and continued support, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Crisis erupted. Chapter 30 Crisis erupted. The next morning, while George was still having breakfast at home, a rapid ringing of the phone rang. George walked to the phone and picked up the receiver. I heard Paul's voice from the opposite side, "Boss, there is news from the exchange. Now the market is falling, and many stocks are falling. Among them, the agricultural-related stock futures that you asked me to pay attention to are the most serious. Boss, let's take a look. What should I do if I get down?" "Well, okay, I understand. You'd better finish the contract with Lockheed first and sign it as soon as possible. I'll let you know what happens next. I'll go to the expo later. If you want to find me, just go there." "Okay, boss, I'll make arrangements right away." After saying that, the two hung up the phone. George stood at the entrance of the expo and found that most of the people at the expo had disappeared. Basically no one was hanging around. The only ones who remained were ordinary employees participating in the exhibition. Even if there are only a few people left, you can still hear comments about the stock market plummeting. Fortunately, there are no jokes such as stock trading. George estimates that those who remain now are those who don't trade in stocks. After knowing this news, stock traders will definitely deal with the stocks in their hands as soon as possible. How can they have the heart to stay at the exhibition honestly? George walked around again and saw that the Boeing company was also packing up things, as if preparing to move out early. George did not step forward to ask for specific information, but George was looking forward to Boeing calling him. Smiling and shaking his head, this stock market is indeed not for ordinary people to play. If George had not known the future trend, he would not have dared to interfere here. Returning to the reception room of his booth, he asked the service staff to make a cup of coffee, and kept thinking about the future development in his mind. Until almost noon, Paul brought the Lockheed brothers, John, and a lawyer to the reception room. George asked everyone to get a cup of coffee, and then picked up the contract that Paul had just handed over and read it carefully. At this time, the three Lockheeds were extremely lucky. They also already know what happened and what impact an economic crisis would have on them. After reading the contract and finding that there were no problems, several people signed the contract on the spot. George also happily paid a cash check of $15. In front of the three people, he gave Paul a check for $50 and asked him to inject it into the company's account. From now on, the company's money must be separated from his personal money. Then it was arranged that he and the three of them would go to Lockheed in 2 days to go through the formalities and resolve the arrears of wages and R&D funds. At noon, several people had lunch together to celebrate the three of them joining the company. During the meal, the three Lockheeds were very interested in George's car. It can be said that from the start to the interior, it is different from the cars in the world today. The three of them also thought about how to combine battery technology with aircraft manufacturing, and discussed more possibilities with George in depth. After talking about the three people, George arranged for Paul to collect information on companies that currently produce hair dryers, electric fans, refrigerators, and washing machines. He wanted the top few information in each line. It is estimated that today will be the last day of the expo. It can be said that this year's expo has ended hastily. George did not stay too long and asked Paul to go back to the villa after the show. George returned to the villa first. George sat in the study looking at the wine glass on the table, recalling the events leading up to the crisis in the United States. During World War I, the United States ostensibly adopted a policy of neutrality, but it relied on military orders from Britain, France, and other Allied powers to solve its own market, employment, financial and other problems, thus promoting the abnormal development of the U.S. economy. It manifests itself in the following aspects. First, industrial production has grown rapidly. During the war, the production of steel, oil, and other arms-related industrial sectors in the United States developed rapidly. From 1913 to 1918, the Industrial Production Index rose from 199 to 254, an increase of 30%. Second, agriculture prospered. During this period, industrial development expanded the demand for agricultural products and the prices of agricultural products rose, which promoted the development of agricultural production in the United States. From 1914 to 1919, the agricultural production index rose from 100 to 105, and agricultural income also expanded from $76 billion to $177 billion. 19141918312570 13171401. After the war, the factors that stimulated wartime economic expansion disappeared, causing instability in the U.S. economy to grow, and the economic crisis broke out. This is an overproduction crisis that broke out in the American reproduction process. The first is a crisis in industry. First, industrial production plummeted. After the war, the United States shifted from a wartime economy to a peacetime economic track. Due to the reduction in foreign military orders, the production of coal mining, steel, and automobile industries dropped sharply, and the export volume of commodities dropped, which led to difficulties in product sales and a sharp decline in industrial production. For example, in 1921, the U.S. Industrial Production Index dropped by 19-20% compared with 32, steel production dropped by 74%, and industrial production of machine tools, locomotives, trucks, etc. dropped by more than 90%. Therefore, the crisis severely impacted American industrial production. Lincoln is the most obvious example of this. The second is corporate bankruptcy. During the crisis, a large number of businesses in the United States went bankrupt. For example, the number of bankruptcies in the United States in 1921 more than doubled compared to 1919, and the number of bank failures also increased more than 6 times. 192157519211920723 1900100100192199. The agricultural crisis and the industrial crisis are intertwined, which is an important feature of the American economic crisis. During this period, the agricultural crisis mainly manifested itself as: first, there was a surplus of agricultural products and prices plummeted. In 1921, the wholesale price index of agricultural products in the United States fell by more than 19-20% compared with 41, and the prices of some important agricultural products dropped by about 60%. As a result, farmers' income generally declined. Second, the price gap between industrial and agricultural products has widened. On the one hand, it shows that the price of industrial products rises faster than the price of agricultural products. On the other hand, the price of industrial products remains unchanged while the price of agricultural products plummets. On the other hand, the price of industrial products falls slower than the price of agricultural products. Third, a large number of small and medium-sized farms went bankrupt. During the crisis, in June 1920, the U.S. government announced that it would stop purchasing wheat and abolished agricultural product purchase contracts, which led to a sales crisis for agricultural products and expanded the difficulties for farmers in production and operation. As a result, a large number of small and medium-sized farmers and small farmers went bankrupt, causing a large number of agricultural workers to lose their jobs. The agricultural production index dropped by 6% compared with before the crisis. Ultimately, the U.S. agriculture entered a chronic crisis and strengthened the instability of the U.S. economy. It was not until 1921 that the United States gradually emerged from the crisis and entered a period of relative stability for capitalism in the 20s. During this period, the U.S. economy achieved relatively stable development. There are opportunities and challenges here. For example, the timing of Georgia's wheat futures card is very delicate. It is just before the U.S. government announced that it will stop purchasing. Moreover, in the economic crisis in the next year, George can also use this opportunity to absorb some high-quality assets. The next day, Paul and others left New York and returned to Santa Barbara, California, to handle the company's affairs there. George's arrangement for them was that only those who were directly necessary would stay, and all others who were willing would be dismissed temporarily. George plans to arrange a merger of the two companies if he can win over Boeing. The next day, George asked his family's driver to buy some electrical appliances and some tools, and began to think about some home appliance inventions at home. Here George has just drawn the first improvement method for agitator washing machines. His improvement method is to install a vertical shaft in the center of the drum, and a stirring wing is installed at the lower end of the vertical shaft. The motor drives the vertical shaft to perform periodic forward and reverse swings, so that clothes and water flow continuously tumble and rub against each other to wash away dirt. On this basis, George also developed the dryer technology. This one just uses the principle of centrifugal force to open small holes in the barrel and spin it at high speed to dry the water. Just as he was about to make a prototype, George discovered that although plastic had been invented, the injection molding machine was still quite old-fashioned. In 1868, Hyatt developed a plastic material he named celluloid. Celluloid had already been invented in 1851 by Alexander Parks. Hyatt improves it so that it can be processed into finished shapes. Hyatt and his brother Isaiah registered a patent for a plunger injection machine in 1872. This machine is relatively simpler than those used in the 20th century. It operates basically like a giant hypodermic needle. This giant needle, diffusion barrel, injects plastic into the mold through a heated cylinder. And with the application and development of plastics, the market for injection molding machines will also be worth tens of billions in the future. I also visited an injection molding machine exhibition in my previous life. I also saw the actual second-generation mechanical injection molding machine and listened to theoretical explanations. Moreover, I now need to use plastic to make washing machines, air conditioners, and hair dryers. So after George completed and filed the patents related to the washing machine, he started to design the injection molding machine. The working principle of the injection molding machine is similar to that of a syringe for injection. It uses the thrust of the screw, or plunger, to inject the plasticized plastic in the molten state, i.e. viscous flow state, into the closed mold cavity. The process of obtaining finished products after curing and setting. Injection molding machines can be divided into vertical, horizontal, and vertical-horizontal combined types according to the arrangement of the injection device and mold clamping device. The first injection molding machine designed, copied, by George used a horizontal structure. The injection process was completed by air pressure, but the mold clamping still needed to be completed manually. Its injection molding is a cyclic process, and each cycle mainly includes quantitative feeding, melting and plasticizing, pressure injection, mold filling and cooling, mold opening and removal. After taking out the plastic part, the mold is closed again and the next cycle is carried out. It seems very simple, but in actual operation, it is not so simple to master the specifics. For example, separately select the injection process actions, feeding actions, injection pressure, injection speed, ejection type, and the temperature of each section of the barrel. Monitoring, adjustment of injection pressure and back pressure, etc. If any step here is not done well, then the plastic part will not be successful. However, the application scope of plastics is too wide. With the development of industry, plastics have directly become a basic material with the same wide demand as metals. Is indispensable. Just when George had prepared the patent materials and drawn the structural drawings, and was about to wait for Paul to come back to apply for the patent first, and then find a mechanical processing factory to make a prototype, George received a call. It was Vito Corleone calling. "Hello, Mr. Corleone." "Hello, George, just call me Vito. That's what all my friends call me." "Okay, Vito. Is there any news about what I asked you to find out for me last time?" "Yes, George, there is news from Luciano, the godfather of the Jewish gang, that he wants to meet you in Reno to talk." "Do we have to go to meet and talk?" "Okay, you tell them, I will go over to see him as soon as possible." "Thank you, Vito." "You're welcome, we're friends, aren't we?" "Of course." After saying that, the two exchanged a few words and hung up the phone. The last time George went to visit Corleone, George learned about it through chatting with Corleone. The underworld of this world is not like the 5 largest families in the Godfather movies. In this world, there are also 5 Italian families from the Godfather world: Corleone, Bassini, Tattaglia, Sciurazzi, and Cuccio, as well as Irish gangs, Black Legions, Asian gangs, Jewish gangs, etc. Gangs, nearly 20 of the largest gangs in this world form an organization called the Underground Committee. The 5 largest gangs are called the 5 families. The Jewish gang is one of the 5 major families, and George doesn't know what they want to talk to him this time. However, the urine sex of the Jewish gang will not be so smooth. However, when it comes to force, George is not worried anymore. Thanks to Book Friend and Lil One and Book Friend for their recommendation votes. Thank you for your support, thank you, Happy New Year everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 31 Casino Business. Chapter 31 Casino Business. The next day, George stood at the door of the Silver Heritage Hotel again. After calling Corleone that night, George left a clone at home, then went around to the winery and placed another 30 liters of wine in the space. As the space gradually increases, George can now hold at least 50 liters of wine. However, the new unified wine cellar has not yet been built. The current ones are still stored separately. Taking away too much at once will cause unnecessary trouble. These 30 liters were prepared in the 2 previous wine cellars. No one would enter these 2 wine cellars without George's instructions. So no one knew when he took the wine away, but the day after George took away the wine, he told Allison to continue storing the wine in these 2 wine cellars. When George walked into the hotel, he saw 2 Jews in suits and polite ribbons walking toward him. The 2 stood in front of George and said, "Mr. Orwell, please come with us. Sir is waiting for you." After saying that, he turned around and walked upstairs. But the other person was indeed following George. Seeing the performance of the 2 people, George smiled slightly. George followed the two of them and came to a small living room. There were already several men in suits waiting inside, but they could tell at a glance that they were thugs. After seeing George walk in, they slowly put their hands in their arms, as if they would take out their weapons in the next moment. However, George doesn't care about this. The man who brought George in stood in the middle of the living room, turned around and said to George, "Sorry, Mr. Orwell, we need to search you." "Are you kidding?" George looked contemptuously at the 7 people slowly surrounding him. "We are also thinking about Luciano's safety." "Then give it a try." After George said that, he deliberately spread his hands and acted as if he was casual. The man gave a goon walking next to him a look. The thug next to him immediately walked up to George and stretched out his hand to search George. George directly grabbed the person's neck with one hand, lifted the thug, and threw him to the 2 people on the left. The 2 people were knocked down instantly. As soon as the others reacted, they were stunned. George raised his foot and kicked the 2 people behind him. The 2 people were directly kicked out by him and were finally blocked by the wall. After dealing with these 5 people, the remaining 2 people also reacted and took out the pistols in their arms. George slid sideways and came between them. He directly grabbed the 2 people from the back of their necks with his hands, and with a slight exertion of both hands, they were unable to move for an instant. As soon as their hands were put together, the 2 people collided face to face. Blood immediately appeared on their faces and they were knocked unconscious. As soon as George let go, the 2 of them fell to the ground softly like noodles. Looking at the people who fell to the ground, George's lips curled up. He didn't use any force just now, and several people had already fallen down. He couldn't help but beat them. He shook his head and looked at the person who brought him over. He smiled slightly and said, "Why don't you come and search for it yourself?" The man immediately stood up straighter and said tremblingly, "First of all, sir, you misunderstood. We are just doing things according to the rules and have no other intentions. Don't be nervous. Since I kept you just now, you will naturally be useful. Go ahead and inform Mr. Luciano. My time is also very valuable." After hearing this, the man nodded immediately and walked quickly outside the house. Anyone will feel a sense of fear when facing someone who can easily decide your life or death. Facing this handsome young man who looked like he had just grown up, his calves were trembling a little now. In just the blink of an eye, the 7 people on his side were eliminated. Seeing him lift an adult with one hand, you can know how powerful the other person is. It's better to leave here early. George looked at the people who were leaving quickly and didn't say much. He was left here only so that someone could inform them. He was here to discuss cooperation, not to fight or kill. It was faster to kill with a gun. George estimated that the few people just now must have really wanted to take him down, otherwise they wouldn't all be in this room with guns ready. However, as a civilized person, George thought it would be better to meet and talk, and just kill him outright. How could he quietly be his own millionaire in the future? Within 2 minutes, the man came back and invited George to follow him again. This time, the 2 of them came to a large office with a set of sofas opposite the large desk. Sitting on the single sofa facing the door was a middle-aged man who was slightly overweight and about 1.7 meters tall with a cigar in his mouth. After bringing George in, the man bent down and bowed slightly to the person on the sofa, then left directly. George knew that the person sitting on the sofa should be Luciano. He was not polite and walked directly to sit opposite the visitor. He also looked directly at the middle-aged man opposite him, smiled and said, "It turns out that this is how the famous Jewish gang boss entertains guests. This is really eye-opening." The person opposite also retracted his slightly aggressive gaze and said, "What Mr. Orwell did is not what a guest should do, right?" "Oh, you mean you want me to search you obediently? Okay, then do you want to come?" After saying that, he looked at the people standing behind him with a smile. Luciano also smiled, waved, and let the others go out. Only a middle-aged man with glasses was left standing behind him. Then he said, "The people under my command don't understand the rules. Mr. Orwell has already punished them with his own hands, so I won't mention them anymore. Mr. Orwell, what do you want to drink? Okay, that's it. Coffee will be fine. Thanks. Then the man with glasses called someone to bring George a cup of coffee. But George didn't move, just let him sit there quietly. I heard from Vito that Mr. Orwell wants to buy a casino in Reno this time, right? Yes, I had this idea before. Well, then why was it before again? Because I thought casino management was relatively simple before. Now, with the economic environment so bad, how many people are still willing to gamble? There are still a lot of rich people. For example, Mr. George, not only won more than 1,000 million in the last competition, he should also make a lot of money from the drink business every month, right? Why are you not allowed to make money? George understood. The Jewish gang should have found out that he was the one who provided drinks to the Italian family headed by Corleone. George had learned before that before he provided alcohol to Corleone, Corleone's share of the black market alcohol was very low. Their roots were not as deep as those of the Jewish gang, so it was the Jewish gang that really controlled the New York liquor business at that time. After he provided wine to Corleone, a large chunk of the mid to high-end wine market was poached by the Corleone family. It's not just about money, it's also about relationships with the upper class. With Corleone's personality, he will definitely make friends with a lot of people from both political and legal circles. In the movie, the reason why Corleone suppresses the other four major families is that the other four major families want to use the Corleone family's connections in the political and legal circles to protect their smuggling cocoa powder business. From this we can see the importance of relationships. Don't think that foreigners don't understand the ways of the world. That's wrong. It's just that foreigners' ways of doing things are more straightforward. As the underground emperor of New York, he could find out about George, and George could understand that he had not pretended to trade with Tizio several times. That's not true. I'm just surprised by Mr. Orwell's ability. I think cooperation can lead to win-win results. I invite you here this time because I just want to cooperate with you. After all, in terms of strength, we can do more than Corleone. Good. Aren't you all in the same group? Aren't you afraid that the Corleone family won't be willing to do this if you try to steal Corleone's business? Did I say eat it all? You can divide it into more portions. There is strength in numbers. Luciano explained with a smile. George thought about it. If it were a wine business alone, his winery would produce 600 million liters of wine next year. If the Corleone family alone, even if there are several mafia families with good relations with Corleone, it is impossible to drink all his wine. Then developing new sales channels has become inevitable. So there is absolutely no need to say it all right now, you can talk slowly. Well, you're right, but firstly, our drinks are limited, and secondly, we can't give away more for the time being. Seeing Luciano's expression suddenly turn bad, George continued, actually, as long as I wait until next year, I can provide you with high-quality wine in large quantities. Next year, it's too late. We want it now, what to do? When George saw that the other party was not going to follow the rules, he did not tolerate him and said directly, then I have no choice. You can tell Corleone yourself and ask him to give you part of it. However, if you want to have some evil thoughts from me, I advise you to think carefully. This was why Luciano took no further steps. If you can capture George directly and get the source of the drinks and the transportation channel from him, then it would undoubtedly be the most ideal thing to take over the business yourself. But now the ambush person has failed, and it seems that the other party is not that simple. Can a simple person get so much wine and transport it in silently? Moreover, there were also factors involving the Corleone family, which made Luciano extremely depressed. If there weren't too many people in the casino, and many people saw him walking to the casino, so he couldn't use too many gunmen, and there was still a chance of catching him with dozens of gunmen. Now it's just a matter of waiting. After thinking about this clearly, Luciano smiled and said, then I will talk to Vito again. Let's talk about the casino. After explanation, he understood. It turned out that what they wanted to do was really the Reno casino. This casino was opened by a Jew from a steel company. The Jewish gang was just checking the place for that Jew, using the casino to make loan sharks. The cocoa powder business and pornographic business in Reno were the Jewish gang's own business. Now the owner wants to sell. George immediately understood that the current economic crisis had suddenly trapped the steel industry, and because the economic crisis had reduced gamblers, the casino business had plummeted. That's why the Jew wants to sell the casino. No wonder he asked Corleone to inquire before, but there was no news, and now he approached him to sell it. This was treating himself as a takeover. However, George still smiled and asked, "I don't know, at what price are you planning to sell it?" $1,300 million is a more appropriate price, Luciano said with a smile. Then he started bragging again, talking about how much he earns in a month and so on. Good guy, George recited a few words of good guy silently in his heart. This means not only treating yourself as the receiver, but also treating yourself as the enemy. George smiled and said, as long as 1,300 million, it includes the casino license. Does everyone have it? Luciano, seeing that George did not refuse directly and was still asking carefully, thought that George was really interested, so he continued, of course, the 1,300 million includes all the hotel, casino procedures and all hotel employees. But, it's quite chaotic here, so our Jewish gang can provide you with protection, as long as you give us a monthly protection fee of $50. This is no longer greed, this is complete robbery. It also includes hotel employees, but not casino employees. You know, a regular casino needs not only a license, but also a dealer and a technical director who are the ones who prevent cheating. He ignored all these people. What's more important is the protection fee of $50 a month. George remembered that he robbed their headquarters last time, where casinos and loan companies were housed. The entire monthly income from the pornographic business was just over $100 million. Back then, business was at its best. With the current market conditions, it would be good if the casino could make a profit of 50 yuan a month. The Jewish gang asked for 50 yuan. Which was completely taking George as their scapegoat. George smiled and said, the price is too high. I wonder if there are any cheaper casinos that you want to sell. Others are not as profitable. If you want to make money, this one is the best. Then George excused himself without saying anything more and said that he needed to think about it. Just arrived today and wanted to take a rest. Luciano didn't push too hard. He was already settled. Wouldn't it be easier to take him down? It would be so easy to give him some medicine or something. Then, he enthusiastically arranged a room for George and invited him to have dinner with him in the evening. However, George refused on the excuse that he was too tired from the journey. George returned to the room and deliberately turned on the water in the bathroom bathtub, making it flow. Then his keen sense noticed that someone would pass by in the corridor in less than 2 minutes. He would also linger at the door of his room for a while. This was because he was under surveillance. George didn't wait any longer, opened the window and left Renault. It was now the end of the month, and it was only a few days before the time when the wine should be delivered, so George delivered the July wine by the way. Thanks to book friend Wen Yuan Xingxi and book friend Du for their recommendation votes, thank you. I would also like to thank all the book friends who support this book, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Dinner. Chapter 32 Dinner. The next day, George returned to the villa. After taking back the clone and finding that there was nothing special, he took a shower and then rested. The next day, Tessio came to the door and once again presented the contract and check. Today is the last day of June. George came to the company and asked the company's financial staff to help him handle the taxes. After settling the taxes, they found that Paul and others had not returned yet, so they prepared to go home. But before leaving, the clerk handed him a piece of information, saying that Paul arranged for them to collect it, and said that it would be given directly to George. George guessed that this should be the information on several industries that he had been asked to collect before. George returned home and didn't go anywhere for the next few days. He just studied information at home. During this period, Lane sent a telegram telling him that Baird had been found and had agreed to come to the United States with him. After taking care of things in my hometown, I will come over. This is definitely good news for George. That night, I had a few more drinks. 3 days later, Paul returned. Report to him that all the debts of the company over there have been paid off, and he left a financial account there, and also left $5 for the three of them to continue research and development, waiting for George's next step. George said, "Got it." Then from the pile of company information collected previously, 5 companies were selected: a hair dryer factory, a washing machine factory, a water heater company, an electric fan factory, and a refrigerator factory. Each company is qualified for listing. George asked Paul to keep an eye on the stocks of these 5 companies and notify him if they were delisted or went bankrupt. Last time, when George went to the company, he felt that the company environment was a little bad, so he asked Paul to choose a new place as the company's office address. You can buy it, the location should be larger. It's good to be at the World Trade Center. Anyway, he doesn't care about the little money to buy a house now. It is now July, and the futures price of wheat has dropped to $1.10 per bushel, but George knows that it can be lower. There was still plenty of time, and he still had time to take his time. After Paul left, George continued to improve the drawings of the injection molding machine, refining them bit by bit based on what he had seen in his previous life. 2 days later, he received a call from the old owner of the Winchester family, saying that there was a banquet in New York. It was a dinner for an arms company, and the Winchester company was invited. Bennett Sr. would bring his successor over and ask George if he wanted to join him. After asking about the time and place, George said he would attend when the time came. Then we chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. Just as George was about to pick up his pen again, another call came, this time from Vito Corleone. When George returned to New York, he did not tell him about his affair with Luciano. "Hello, George." "Hello, Vito, what's the reason you called?" "Paul, Luciano called just now and said that you left Renault without notifying him. However, he felt very shameless. Moreover, he wanted to go and apologize to him in person." George briefly described the process of meeting Luciano that day, including casino prices and so on. "Look, I think there will be problems with Luciano's safety if I don't leave. I'm totally thinking about him. Why is he trying to beat me up now? Corleone, help me tell him. If he doesn't apologize, then don't blame me." "Paul, I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to do this. I am also responsible for this, and I will give you an explanation. Vito, this matter has nothing to do with you. I took the initiative to ask you for help, so you only need to pass on my words to him, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Since there are people who don't know how to live or die, then I will help him. If you still consider me a friend, then listen to me." George was really angry. He could have left directly that day. Even if the Jewish gang used any means to stop them, George was confident of wiping them all out. It's just that George has been an ordinary person for more than 30 years in his previous life, and he still doesn't know how to do things like killing people. On the whole, George himself still has that kind of mentality. I don't feel that I have to punish the strong and help the weak because I have some abilities. Therefore, since George gained the ability, apart from saving a member of the Hong gang once, he has never tried to be a hero like many of his time-traveling predecessors. George just wanted to make some money and live a stable life in this era by relying on some things from his previous life. If he were in an ordinary and safe world, he would definitely just stay in his nest and make a fortune in silence. Therefore, he has always treated everyone around him with a very normal attitude. However, some people are so shameless. The ancestors said that it was only 3 things. The Jewish gang called Vito and asked him to apologize. George classified it as the 3rd provocation. So, George was ready to return the favor. George did not continue drawing, but put away the things on the table and took out Deadshot's set of equipment. As a humanoid arsenal, Deadshot has enough ammunition to fight a small war. George maintained all the firearms, checked the ammunition and magazines, and then put everything back into the space. Then he waited quietly in the room until evening, when Vito called again. "Sorry, George, I didn't expect Luciano to reject your kindness." "It doesn't matter, Vito, sometimes it's good to show off your strength properly. After working with you in the past few months, plus winning that big sum of money, there must be a lot of jealous people. So, please help me inform. Let's get rid of those people." A week later, the Renault Jewish gang was eliminated. "If you don't want to die, leave Renault, otherwise no one will be left. Anyone who wants my life can try. I really think I'm easy to bully." George also thought about settling the matter, so when the Jewish gang knew that he was supplying drinks to the Corleone family and came to question him, he did not ask who told him. After coming back, he didn't ask Corleone why anyone knew about his existence. You know, every time George went to deliver wine, he would transform into a bird and fly away. It was only when Maury's men in Washington and the Corleone family's men in New York knew about George's identity. Although he didn't hide it, if the Jewish gang knew about it, it could only be that there was something wrong with the Corleone family. But it's all a matter of interests. Just like what he told Vito, some people are jealous. Then he will kill until someone is scared. But the mafia is also a gangster, and it does some dirty work, so although George is angry, he can understand it. He mainly wanted to establish his prestige through this incident, but unfortunately, the Jewish gang was selected. After hanging up the phone, Vito Corleone also knew that something might be wrong on his side. Then, Tessio was called over. "Has anyone asked about the origin of the drinks lately?" "Yes, Vito, but I know the seriousness, and I told my men not to tell anyone about George to outsiders. But now, the news has indeed spread from us. Go check it out right away and see who betrayed the Corleone family." "Okay, Vito, I'll give you the news tonight." After saying that, Tessio left the study. As for George, after thinking about everything again, he took a rest. He was sleeping soundly here, but the Corleone family was not peaceful. It wasn't until late at night that Tessio walked into Vito's study again, and Vito had been sitting there as if he had never left. "It was found out that the strategist of the Bassini family bribed one of my men, and then everyone knew about it. You see, sometimes it's just that simple. Get rid of the traitor. If the wine business continues next month, divide the profit by 46% and give George 6% of the profit. In addition, after the Bassini family's profits are collected this month, all will be given to George together next time. If you can still cooperate, don't cooperate with them. I will tell Bassini personally about this." "Okay, you go down. By the way, spread the news that George will go to Reno next week, so that interested people can join in the fun." Vito knew that he could not stop someone who was already blinded by money. In that case, the Corleone family will also become public enemies, so it will only be up to George himself. The next day, in the evening, at the entrance of the largest hotel in New York, George just got out of his car when he saw Bennett and a young man also getting out of a Ford car. "George, long time no see. Don't worry. You are the major shareholder of the company now, and I have never seen you care about it." Belt pointed to the young man next to him and said, "Let me introduce to you, this is Landy Chris, he's a nice young man." Well, given his age, calling a person in his 30s really has no problem with a young person. "Randy, this is the company's major shareholder, George Orwell." Bennett introduced the two to each other. "Hello, Mr. Orwell, it's an honor to meet you." "Mr. Chris, you're welcome, just call me George. You are the person chosen by Mr. Bennett, and I believe in his vision. Please pay more attention to the company's affairs in the future." After that, the two shook hands. Bennett said from the side, "Let's go, let's talk inside." Several people walked towards the banquet hall. As soon as he entered the banquet hall, people recognized Bennett and came over to greet him. Bennett also introduced George and Randy to everyone. Everyone was surprised to hear that George was the new shareholder of Winchester and that he was still so young. Thinking that George was a young master from some aristocratic family, they all greeted George warmly. Then, George received a bunch of business cards. He also returned the favor one by one, because these people might need it in the future, and politeness is something that was engraved in the souls of the people of the previous life. How is it? It's very enthusiastic, isn't it? Bennett teased from the side. Yes, George replied. You'll just get used to it in the future. That's how the banquet is. The small fish will be the first to arrive, and then greet every big fish that comes, and then greet the bigger fish. As long as you do well, you don't have to worry that no one will. I don't know you. There are some people here who will help you, but they always want to benefit from you. You two are still young and you have to think more in the future. The old gentleman is sharing his experience with the two of them. The two people quickly thanked him and said they had learned a lesson. George, come here with me. The two walked to a remote corner. George, I don't know if you have the idea of taking up all the shares in my hand. To tell you the truth, my physical condition is not very good, and I can't sit in this position for long. If you think if Randy is good, I will hand over the position to him after I abdicate. Including some of my relationships. Furthermore, the recent economic turmoil has meant that the family has to shrink funds, and many assets are no longer able to support it. George thought about it for a while and realized that he only had 400 million out before. Then he really had no money. But now he has collected 2 more months of wine money and has more than 300 million in the bank. He can completely invest all the remaining shares. Since the Winchester family is no longer optimistic about this property, there is nothing wrong with taking it over themselves. Then he said, Mr. Bennett, if you want to sell the shares, of course I am willing to take over. In that case, tomorrow I will ask Paul to bring the check and go back to the company with you to go through the procedures. What if the shares are still valued at 600 million? Sample. Bennett shook George's hand and said, Thank you, George. Because the price given by George was based on the price quoted before the economic crisis. It can be said that it is very sincere. Thanks to book friend and Lil for recommending the place one, thank you. Thank you all book friends for your likes and collections. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 The Unexpected Person. Chapter 33 The Unexpected Person. The two chatted for a while, and at this time, many people came to the banquet hall. When the two were about to walk back into the crowd, they saw a man with a beard, followed by the man George had met last time at Winchester Company, walking up to Bennett. Old friend, long time no see. After saying that, he came over and gave Bennett a gentle hug. Long time no see, Benson. Who is this? I don't think I've seen him before. Then let me introduce to you. This is George Orwell, the new owner of Winchester. George, this is Benson Louter of Western Ammunition. Nice to meet you, now. I'm glad to meet you. I saw that you made a price that Bennett couldn't refuse. I hope we can cooperate in the future if we have the opportunity. Of course, one of us is a gun maker and the other is a bullet maker. We are natural partners. What you said is absolutely right. Well, there are old friends over there. Let's talk again when we have the opportunity. After saying that, the two shook hands, said hello to Bennett, and walked to the other side. The three of them met and got another drink from the waiter. Of course, they were all drunk, but the content was relatively low. Cocktails were invented at this time. In order to drink alcohol without exceeding the alcohol content specified by prohibition, people came up with this method of mixing juice and other things together. Bennett introduced several people worth paying attention to in the banquet hall to Paul and Randy, and George silently kept them in mind. They were told that the purpose this time was to discuss how to get some orders from the military to survive this crisis. Look, that's what capitalism is like, using taxpayers' money directly to help arms dealers survive the crisis. However, now that George is the benefit recipient, he will not come out to pretend to be a virgin. Bennett wanted to take the two of them to greet some people, but George did not follow. Just let him go twice. George knew that Randy, as his successor, would have to improve quickly before Bennett retired. It is impossible for George to do it himself. If George goes too far, he will definitely overshadow Randy. It's not easy to find a better worker, so you'd better be honest. Just as George was holding a drink and looking at the Vanity Fair in the middle, there was a little commotion at the door of the banquet hall, and many people rushed there, as if to say hello to someone. Because George heard, generals. Someone from the military should be here. The one in George was far away, and the visitor was surrounded by others, so he didn't pay attention to the other party. George turned his face to the window, looking at the lights of thousands of houses outside the window. He couldn't help but sigh. This must be the first time in my life to attend such a banquet. Unfortunately, if I had taken a selfie in my previous life and posted it on Moments, I would have received a lot of likes. George. George heard someone calling him, and when he turned around, he saw Pombo in military uniform, standing not far from him. Uncle Pangbo, why are you here? That's what I want to ask, why are you here? Well, I'll come in with others to have a look, it's fun. Is that so? I came here with the general. The general just arrived at West Point School and was planning to purchase a batch of new products for student teaching, when the logistics department came here. George understood that these people came tonight for them. It could be said that the banquet was held for them. When George thought about it, he now had Winchester and an aircraft factory, so he could definitely try it out. Uncle Pangbo, I also have some good things here. Can you help me tell the general about it? You still want to do the arms business? Haha, the wine business isn't enough for you? You still have to go to school, and you can't make as much money by selling the arms as you do by selling wine. You're still young, and the water here is too deep. Well, that's right. The current Winchester company is mine, and I also have an aircraft manufacturing company. The F-1 aircraft is now also a product of my company. You see, haha. George's words made Pangbo unable to react. After a while, he said, you mean, you have 2 military factories under your control? Seeing George nod, Pangbo couldn't help but wonder to himself, is it so profitable to smuggle alcohol now? There are 2 arms companies directly, and Winchester is not a small company. Let's go, the general is over there too, let's say hello together. Of course, when the general is here, I will definitely go and say hello. Then the two of them walked towards the banquet center. At this time, the general was surrounded by only some high-level heads of arms companies, such as the previous Western Ammunition Company, Colt Company, FN Company, and Bennett himself. Even Randy was talking to some other businessmen in the distance. General Arthur was chatting with a few people when he saw his adjutant Pombo, followed by a young man. Seeing the young man's face, General Arthur was also stunned. Everyone else, seeing General Arthur looking away from the field, also turned to look at the person coming. General, long time no see. It's you, George. Haven't you reported to school yet? Not yet, the application has been sent, and the school has arranged an interview on August 8th. So I have to wait. Well, you're not a soldier. Don't call me General like them. Just call me Uncle, or Arthur. Arthur here is not a sign of impoliteness, but a kind of closeness shown by two people after they are very familiar with each other. In the United States, calling elders by their names is a very normal thing. Okay, Uncle Arthur. Why are you here? This kind of banquet should not be liked by you young people, right? General Arthur also joked with George. Well, I also have 2 arms companies now, so I came over to take a look. Oh, you still have an arms company? Well, the Winchester Company is mine now. The F-1 plane is also mine. As a member of the military, General Arthur certainly knew the importance of Winchester Company, and he also knew that the F-1 aircraft was also an excellent aircraft, but he was born at the wrong time and did not catch the good opportunity. After hearing what George said, these people all looked at Bennett next to them. Yes, everyone, George has been the boss of Winchester Company more than a month ago, but there was no publicity. After receiving Bennett's approval, many people looked at this young and outrageous young man. At such a young age, he has already become a being on the same level as them. Please take care of me in the future. After saying that, he picked up the wine glass and raised his hand as if to clink glasses, and then took a sip. Hey, you are young and promising. Let's cooperate more in the future. Everyone raised their glasses and took a sip. General Arthur patted George on the shoulder and said, "Okay, then you can stay and let's talk together." The following cocktail party entered the trash talk session. Everyone was just chatting about current affairs and news, and no more about order business. Because tonight is just an opportunity for everyone to meet, the real business still needs to be done. After Arthur has confirmed it, it will be confirmed by the backup department and then go through the process. It's not just a matter of drinking and drinking. After the banquet, General Arthur asked George to visit him when he had time, and then left. George and Bennett arrived at their hotel first. George then asked Randy to speed up the production of several M1 Orwell rifles when he returned. You can participate in the military competition later. Then he took out another drawing. This drawing is of the M1911A1 pistol that Colt would launch a few years later. It was an improvement on the M1911. During the 1911 years from its formal service in 1985 to 74, the M1911 pistol accompanied countless American officers and soldiers and experienced several large-scale wars such as World War I, World War II, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. Become recognized as the most trustworthy and reliable sidearm. As for the M1911 series pistols, in addition to Colt, other companies and overseas military factories have obtained production licenses. The variety of models may be the largest among automatic pistols, and the production quantity is even greater. The orders in World War II alone there were about 500 million of them, and the Army had more than 1945 million at the end of the war in 270. So George, who has this trump card, also wants to take a bite out of Colt's order. The improvements between M1911A1 and M1911 include 1. Widen the front sight and develop the Orwell sight so that shooters can aim quickly under poor lighting conditions. The Orwell sight was invented by another person, but George actually beat him to it, so of course it was modified. Name. 2. Lengthen the hammer to make it easier to pull with the thumb. 3. Shorten the clamping distance and increase the anti-slip pattern. 4. The back of the grip is designed to be arched, and anti-slip patterns are added to the surface to make the shooter hold it more firmly. This item is designed as an add-on and can be modified or not. 5. Change the anti-slip grid pattern of the grip guard to make it more comfortable to hold. 6. A thumb groove is added behind the trigger to make pulling the trigger easier. 7. Extended grip safety. George took out the drawings and patent information and asked Randy to apply for the patent first and then process a few new guns. He didn't care about how Bennett and Randy negotiated cooperation with Colt Company. George returned home, called Paul, and told him to come over tomorrow. The next day, George told Paul what he had discussed with Bennett last night and asked him to cooperate with the procedures. And gave a check for $200 million. In fact, when he returned to the hotel where Bennett was staying later, George also persuaded him that if he could get the order, there would be a lot of income, and he hoped that he could continue to stay. But Bennett declined, citing physical discomfort. He also told him that he would treat this business deal and the negotiation with Colt as a lesson, teach Randy well, and then he could retire with peace of mind. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, George said nothing more, as long as he paid attention to his health. Now George's assets have shrunk again. He still has more than 100 million in bank deposits, and there is still a lot of cash in the bank, with more than 100 million. General Arthur helped with this military order. His rifle is also the best now, and he took a piece of the pistol part. The trainer should also be able to take some of it. This calculation is probably enough. In fact, it is best for Boeing to negotiate the aircraft business, and now Paul can only take the lead for a while. There is basically nothing going on here in New York, and George is going to Los Angeles tomorrow. Then move to Nevada. It's time to resolve the Jewish gang issue. The next day, George deliberately showed up outside and told interested people that he was still in New York. Then he went home in the afternoon, leaving a shadow clone at home, and the real body disappeared. Many things can be done, but no clues can be left behind. George can let people know that he solved the Jewish gang, but he cannot let the police find out or catch him. 3 days later, outside Reno. Thanks to book friend Duty for recommending it, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 The Jewish Gang is Destroyed. Chapter 34 The Jewish Gang is Destroyed. When George arrived outside Reno, he directly changed the appearance of a passerby he met before. Entering Reno City, George booked a room in a hotel not far from the Silver Hotel. Tomorrow night is the time for George to notify. So, you can still take a break. Before entering the hotel, George sent out a dozen clones to investigate the Silver Heritage Hotel and the 3-story building that was the former Jewish gang's lending center. It was found that the personnel in both places have been strengthened a lot. I didn't think of a way to get inside to take a look. Anyway, starting from tomorrow night, as long as we are in these 2 places, anyone with a gun will be disabled and everyone we see will be killed. That's basically it. The next day, George was just like an ordinary gambler, gambling, eating and drinking. It wasn't until dinner that we returned to the hotel. At 8 o'clock in the evening, George put on Deadshot's protective suit in the hotel, and attached a set of thin bone armor to the outside. Arriving at the top of the opponent's 3-story building, 20 shadow clones were directly separated. George gave each of them a pistol that he had collected last time. Unfortunately, there were still fewer guns, but the second floor was their ammunition depot. Go directly to just take it. On the other side, on the top floor of the Silver Heritage Hotel, Luciano and several of his men were here. Opposite him sat a strong black man and a curly-haired man holding a cigarette. Luciano, did you say that man named George will come tonight? I don't know, maybe it's just to scare people. The last time I came to negotiate, I was scared away in the middle of the night. Haha. Well, what do you think we should do next? The next step is to convene a meeting of the 5 families. The Corleone family has damaged my interests and must pay compensation. And the man named George, since he dares to provoke our mafia, I will deal with him well. Well, don't screw it up. We still need his supply and shipping channels. This is what we agreed on before. Don't worry, we can only hear the information about George thanks to your Bassini family and your Black Mud Gang. This is our first cooperation. We can continue to cooperate in the future to drive out the Corleone family. Haha. Well, just remember. Come and have a toast. Cheers. Cheers. All the clones here prepared their guns and magazines, opened the roof passage directly, and launched an attack from the 3rd floor down. Facing this gang of mafiosi, George, who was holding a gun, was like shooting at a target, shooting one by one and hitting his head. 3 minutes later, in this 3-story building, only the little boss with his limbs broken off was still alive, while the others were already dead. 2 clones were left to accompany the main body, and then several people were arranged at the windows and doors. Others began to rummage through the small building. George walked up to the man and said, "Tell me where Luciano is, and I can give you a happy life. Otherwise, death will not be that simple. He's at the Silver Hotel, giving me a good time." He raised his hand and shot directly between the eyebrows. This is when footsteps started to sound outside, and someone shouted, "Quick charge, surround this place, don't let anyone go." At this time, gunshots also rang out from the roof of the 3rd floor, and they were very dense, with a constant click-click sound. This is a clone left by George, using a Browning 1918 light machine gun, bar, seized during the last money robbery. There was a break in the gunfire upstairs, and the clones who were looking for things had all returned. Apart from some firearms, there was only some cocoa powder, and no cash was found this time. George didn't care, and all the clones replenished their ammunition and guns. There are a few long guns here, Springfields, good guns for long-range shooting. Then, rush out from the door. Luciano and the others heard the gunshots at first and knew it had started, but after a while, their men found that the small building was occupied. Needless to say, everyone inside must have been wiped out. Fortunately, they had a backup plan. There are people outside the small building. As soon as they hear gunshots, they will surround the small building and shoot directly with guns. Then another burst of intensive gunfire was heard. At this time, Luciano smiled directly. It should be solved now. That just now. Before he finished speaking, George's clones rushed out from the small building and started shooting at the people who had just escaped from the shooting upstairs. A large number of weapons were confiscated from the people downstairs, and 20 clones began to quickly attack the Silver Heritage Hotel along the roadside. 10 minutes later, in the private room on the top floor. George was sitting on the desk, with his clone standing to the side holding a gun, surrounded by 3 people. It was really those 3 people just now. There is still a pile of money on the desk, but it's not much, probably only about 20. Mr. Orwell, please let me go. I will listen to you from now on. I have a lot of money and I will give it to you. I'm from the Bassini family. I'm just here to meet my old friends. This matter has nothing to do with me. The strong black man even begged for mercy and said that it had nothing to do with him. Just now, George was still wondering when the Jewish gang also recruited NIGE. It turned out that they wanted to get a piece of the pie. These black people are a small group of only more than 30 people. This time he came to help but was also forced by the Bassini family. He came to help and gave him 2 blocks later. George estimated that all the nigs were dead and this man was of no use. He took out the big rhinoceros and opened a big hole in his chest with a bang. Then he walked to the Bassini family and asked, "Are you from the Bassini family?" "Yes, sir, I really just came to see an old friend. This matter really has nothing to do with me." "Oh, that's right. I remember your Bassini family, don't worry, I will go find him." After saying that, there was another bang, this time it hit the heart, and he returned directly to the west. George finally walked back to his previous position, looked at Luciano who was sitting down and said, "Look, I just want to come here to discuss cooperation, but you insist on kidnapping me. After I leave, you still want me to apologize to you. So I came back." Luciano, who was already so frightened, felt so regretful that his intestines turned green with regret. If I had known, why did I provoke this person? Looking at everyone standing around, even this kind of dress is not something that their mafia can afford. He had never even looked at that revolver. Now, I can only hope to get money to redeem my life. Mr. Orwell, it was my fault this time. I was also deceived by the Bassini family. Really? I have a lot of money, I can give it to you, and I can listen to you in the future. The entire Jewish gang, I can give it to you. Oh, you have a lot of money, so bring it here so I don't need this gun to make holes in your body." After saying that, he pointed the gun in his hand at him. Luciano was so frightened that he turned sideways repeatedly. He had seen the power of this gun with his own eyes, and it directly punched a big hole in someone's body. After hearing George's words, he stood up immediately. "I put them all in the safe, I'll get them right away." After saying that, he took George to a giant painting. The painting is pushed to the left to reveal a metal door as tall as a person. It's an older rotary lock structure. At this time, he probably thought he had room for survival again. After spinning the code 3 times, he said, "You have to promise not to kill me, or you will never open the door." George looked at him, laughed, threw him to the ground, raised his gun and shot him in the chest. George no longer wanted to talk nonsense to him. He walked up to the metal gate and placed a hand on it. His mind moved. The entire safe, which was the size of a room, was directly transported into the chaotic space by him. Everything in the space was under his control. With just a thought, the door of the safe opened directly. When his mind moved again, the safe returned to its original place, but this time the door was open. Enter the safe, a room entirely sealed by metal, with a pile of cocoa powder and a pile of cash inside. There are also 2 rows of shelves in the corner, filled with Western antiques. These cocoa powder should be his inventory, but it's a pity that he has no use for them, and he won't sell them to him. Well, let's go back and raise it with the ones we confiscated before. There is a lot of cash in this pile. It is a good habit for gangsters to save money. As for those antiques, they were probably borrowed from usury and then mortgaged. Although I don't understand it, if it can be put away, it must be valuable. George directly collected everything in the safe, and then went out to collect all the previously collected firearms, including the cash on the table. After seeing that nothing was missing, he released all the clones and left the hotel. Half an hour later, the police arrived. More than a dozen police cars arrived at the door of the hotel. They were stunned as soon as they got out of the car. Starting from the hotel lobby, they saw people lying motionless on the ground. It's so bloody, the police chief thought. How long will it take to clean the floor? At last count, more than 130 people died. Basically, he was shot all over his body, and no one at the scene saw the true face of the murderer. What many people saw in the windows were about 20 people dressed in uniform. No one on the other side died, and the police chief was secretly shocked. Who are these people? George didn't care about the mess he left. Originally, George's plan was to cripple all the thugs below. However, if someone shoots with the other hand, both hands will be disabled. It would be better to kill him directly, so in the end he didn't hold anything back at all. Just shoot them all with a gun. For 4 days, George slowly returned to New York. After switching back with the clone, I found that 2 waves of people came to see me in the past 2 days. Point 1 is that Boeing just called today and said it wanted to talk to him. On the other side is Vito, asking when he has time and he comes to visit. Paul also came here and left a report for him, telling him that the procedures for changing shares of Winchester Company had been completed and that he had chosen a property in the World Trade Center for $10, covering an entire floor. The Avatar has actually taken care of these matters. At Boeing, George asked him to come over and talk in person, and told him that he would give him a number that satisfied him. For Corleone, it was the promised weekend, and there were 2 days left, so there was no rush. Paul was very direct and told him to wait a moment while he was thinking about it. In fact, I had agreed, but the clone didn't have a check to pay for the purchase. George directly wrote a check for $20 and asked the driver to deliver it to Paul. I called Paul again and told him that I would no longer care about the company. 2 days later, George stood at the door of the villa and saw Vito getting out of the car, and Tessio was driving. George waved, and when Vito came up to him, he stretched out his hand to shake his hand. They like to use hugs to show affection, but hugging a man, George thinks it's better to forget it. He still likes to hug beautiful women. After taking the 2 of them to the reception room of the study, George spoke, "What should you drink? Coffee or wine?" "Wine, whiskey." "Thank you." "Okay, I also have a nice bottle here." After saying that, he personally took out a new, unopened bottle of wine from the small wine cabinet and took out 3 wine glasses. Back on the couch, I poured half a glass into each wine glass. Divided between 2 people. The 3 of them took a sip of whiskey without speaking. Vito then spoke, "George's wine is good. You know, I came here to apologize to you in person. I have found out what happened this time. It was one of Tessio's subordinates who was bribed by the Bassini family's strategist." "Yes. That's why I revealed your news, because it was an oversight on our part and I'm sorry. But don't worry, the traitor has been dealt with by me. Vito, my friend, I trust you, so you can handle these things. Besides, I also said, this has nothing to do with you. It's the Jewish gang that is too greedy. However, I don't know that the Jewish gang is too greedy. How are you doing now? Wherever there were any Jewish gangs, they were immediately disbanded. You immediately killed 136 people from the Jewish gang. It is said that the police who handled the corpses filled the parking lot in front of the hotel with corpses. Vito, this matter has nothing to do with me. I've been at home these past few days and haven't even left the house, so I don't know anything about anything happening to the Jewish gang. After saying that, he laughed a few times. Yes, who can prove that this matter has something to do with George? It is that he called George as soon as he knew about it, and George answered the phone. It is possible that he hired murderers to kill people, but as one of the 5 major families that rule the world below, why didn't he know when such a group of ruthless people appeared? Seeing that George was unwilling to admit it, he did not continue to ask. The main purpose of his visit today was to apologize and then see if it would affect cooperation. Since George has no intention of continuing to pursue the responsibility, Vito is certainly happy to see it happen. For George, everything is just for business. The main purpose of destroying the Jewish gang is not only because they are really disgusting, but also to kill the chicken to show the monkey. By next year, his wine business will be even bigger. It will inevitably arouse the covetousness of others. Only by showing your strength in a timely manner can you ensure that your own interests will not be harmed. Thanks to book friend and Lil One for the recommendation. Thank you, thanks for your support. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 Boeing. Chapter 35 Boeing. Another reason why Vito came to George was to be a peacemaker for the Bassini family. Their family had a share in this matter. Now all the high-ranking Jewish gangs who took direct action have been eliminated, and the Bassini family has been worried that the same revenge will happen to them. So I approached the Corleone family and hoped for forgiveness. George also felt that the previous methods should be enough to scare away some guys who were blinded by profits, so he did not want to be too cruel. The Bassini family under him sent a check for $50, indicating that they would not continue to pursue the case. However, the wine business also needs to be changed to another company, and we will consider whether to continue to cooperate with them next year. As for which company to switch to, George left it to Vito to consider, and he would not interfere. After sending Vito away, George put aside the wine business temporarily. At least until October this year, before the new wine comes out, all shares will still be based on the current standards. After the new wine comes out, it may be necessary to further expand sales channels. George once again devoted himself to patented inventions, plagiarism. Even though his novel became a new best-selling novel after fermentation during this period, it did not bring him much joy. 4 days later, in the afternoon, George had just finished lunch. The doorbell rang, and when the servant opened the door, George saw that it was the somewhat dusty Boeing. George estimated that Boeing should have come to visit him as soon as he got off the train. After sitting down in the study, he asked the servant to bring 2 cups of coffee. After the servant left, George said, "Mr. Boeing, how are you? Have you thought about it?" "Yes, Mr. Orwell, in this environment, I can no longer support Boeing. So, if your offer is what you said, I think I can accept the company being acquired. Of course, the first thing I want to tell you is that in addition to Boeing, I also acquired an aircraft company. You must have heard of Lockheed, right?" "Yes, the F-1 aircraft produced by their company is quite famous." "Well, this company now completely belongs to me. So, you should be able to see that I attach great importance to the aircraft industry. I am going to acquire Boeing for $100 million. Next, Boeing will merge with Lockheed to form a new company called PL Aviation. And you will be the general manager, and I will give you 10% of the management dividends. As long as you are in the company for 1 day, this percent will always be yours. You think about it, I can wait for your reply." The two were silent for a long time before Boeing said, "Okay, but I hope I can be more than just a tool. Of course, I will not interfere in the airline's business unless you make a fatal mistake. I also classify Lockheed people as the R&D department, and they will not participate in company management. After the company merges, I will divide the work for you again. Can you make a decision now? Okay, boss. Don't worry, PL Airlines will become the strongest airline in the world. I have confidence in you. By the way, can you handle the contract yourself? Okay, boss. Okay, wait a minute. Then, George called Paul and brought a lawyer. He asked the kitchen to prepare a lunch for Boeing. In the afternoon, after finishing the contract, several people went to George's house and made some decisions for the future of PL Aviation. First, the two companies merged, with Boeing as the general manager of the company, and the former Boeing and Lockheed companies. A team of designers formed the R&D department. The company's headquarters was built at the site of the current Boeing company, and the rewards and dividends promised by George were written into the company's system. Guarantee the income and rewards of every R&D personnel in the company. Then part of the PL company's office was divided into PL Airlines office in New York. Next, Paul handled the relocation of the former Lockheed Corporation. The general direction is basically like this. How to implement it is Boeing's business. After absorbing Boeing, George made a special trip to visit Pombo and the general, and told the general that the current Boeing company had also been taken over by him, and that Boeing would continue to participate in this military procurement on behalf of the company. General Arthur was still very surprised by the behavior of the son of his former subordinate. A few months ago, I was a high school student who wanted to get a college recommendation letter through him. In just a few months, it quietly acquired 3 companies that are also very famous in the United States. Now George is more confident about this military order. The rest will be handled by Boeing and others, and he only needs to watch it slowly. The next day, Lane returned to New York and brought Baird with him. The Baird that George saw had an emaciated face, and he could tell at a glance that he had been malnourished for a long time. At noon, George left the two of them to have dinner at home, during which Baird also went from nervous at the beginning to chatting later. Boss, when will I start working and where will the laboratory be built? Baird, after finishing his lunch, was eager to conduct his own research. Don't be anxious, Baird. You need to know that first of all, your physical condition is very poor now and needs to be adjusted. You have also seen Ryan's ability. So after I open the seed for you, Ryan will teach you how to run it every day. You are only allowed to practice for half an hour, and your body will gradually get better. Of course, you must also keep up with your diet. Don't worry about this, I will arrange it. Okay, boss. Recently, I have recovered well these days, and I feel I can return to work at any time. Don't worry, the equipment needed for the laboratory also needs to be purchased. Of course, it won't leave you with nothing to do. I know that the TV you are developing now is a mechanical TV. Did you know that some people are already researching electronic TVs? An electronic TV, how is that possible? Baird asked with a surprised look on his face. Nothing is impossible. Science is progressing, and there are still many geniuses in this world. So, in the next step, I need you and Ryan to invite that person. Together, you will complete the future of television. R&D. That afternoon, George first planted chakra seeds in Baird, and then asked Ryan to teach him the refining technique. Baird's body was damaged only by long-term fatigue and malnutrition. If you raise it slowly, it can be replenished. Giving him chakra seeds is just to gain his trust faster. Otherwise, it would be too simple to think that as a highly intelligent scientist, he could just go back to a foreign country with you just because you sent someone to find him. Let them rest at home for a few days and then go to Idaho to find Philo Farnsworth. At this time, Philo Farnsworth was still growing potatoes in the fields and had just followed his parents from Utah to Idaho. But George only knew that he was in Idaho now, and he didn't know the details. Just let Ryan take Baird to teach and search at the same time. However, George only asked Ryan to teach Baird the refining technique, and there was no need to learn the three-body technique. Conducting R&D with peace of mind does not require force. Although Idaho is not small, the current population of the United States is only over 1 million, so as a remote area, the population of Idaho is not very large. If you look for it slowly, you should be able to find it within 2 months. The next day, Baird grabbed Lane and set off together, towards Baird. He also really wanted to meet the genius boy who the boss said was only 14 years old. After seeing off Ryan and Baird, the villa became quiet again, and George continued his small research on people's livelihood. In the past few days, George also asked Pineapple to find a language teacher to teach him the languages of various countries. With a super brain and clone skills, if you don't learn more, it will be a waste no matter how you look at it. Just like that, the time was approaching for George to attend the school interview. In this era, it is still very common for college admissions to require interviews. In the United States in the 21st century, many colleges no longer require this process. As long as your grades and recommendation letters are good, then the university will beckon to you. However, colleges and universities in the United States are the same in every era. Basically, those who go to college are children from wealthy families. Children from ordinary families basically need to support themselves after the age of 18. Although the rich have similar practices, they are much gentler, such as working in family businesses to gain qualifications. This is more of an educational method. Ordinary families are different. They need to work odd jobs at McDonald's or coffee shops. This type of job is easy to find in the United States, and it's really not that difficult to support yourself. Going to college is no longer enough. Before George went to the school for an interview, he sent him drinks for August. This time, Corleone gave him a larger reward, $200 million. George did not refuse, and now George's bank deposits are nearly $300 million. The day before George was about to leave for Cambridge, he put $200 million into the company's account and asked him to buy back all the shares of Boeing and Coca-Cola circulating in the stock market. He also asked him to investigate the situation of Pepsi-Cola, and then bought all the stocks currently circulating in the stock market. This is really a good time to buy lows. At this time, Pepsi-Cola still relied on imitating Coca-Cola as a way to survive. To put it nicely, it is called following Coca-Cola as an example. To put it bluntly, it is the theory of business collision. This method is very common in later generations, but this method can quickly increase popularity in the early stage and play a certain positive role, but blind imitation will cause bad reverse damage to your own brand. What George wanted was to buy both companies and then let them compete in the ring to create the illusion of conflict. He is quietly making money behind the scenes. As for integrating the two companies into one company, George had never thought about it. The reason is simple. Because of U.S. antitrust laws. After the American Civil War and before World War I, many oligarchic companies, that is, trust companies, appeared in the United States. Each trust company monopolized a certain industry. This forced the United States to enact antitrust laws later, and many large companies suffered negative consequences. George's current companies include 2 aircraft companies, a Coca-Cola company, and a small arms company. After the merger of the 2 aircraft companies, it can only be said that they will have huge advantages in the aircraft industry and will not create an exclusive monopoly. During this period, there were several aircraft companies that could compete with him. George planned that the future Coca-Cola company and PepsiCo would form a confrontational model, just like a certain V and a certain O in the Chinese dynasty in later generations, fighting each other, but actually becoming one company. Weapons companies can just launch a classic gun model in a few years, and they don't need to monopolize all orders. In the capitalist world, living alone cannot last long. Right now, although George made some small noises, he felt that it had not attracted the attention of some people. Of course, this does not mean Hydra. During this period, Hydra was just a personality cult of some small families in Europe. It wasn't until the Red Skull took over Hydra that Hydra became the huge organization that it was in later generations. What George attracted were those century-old families and large financial groups. Look at the DuPont family, which has been a supplier of gunpowder since World War I, the oil tycoon Rockefeller family, and the Morgan family. If it's not mentioned in the Marvel world, does that mean these families don't exist? The capitalist world is a world where big fish eat small fish. In other words, wealth will always accumulate to a small number of people. This is determined by the fundamental nature of the capitalist world. Therefore, as long as capital is gathered, consortiums, or interest groups, will be formed. Does George have anything in his hands that would attract the fancy of those big plutocrats? There are really, for example, battery technology, and another example is injection molding machine technology. These are all things that touch the fundamentals, and someone will definitely look for them. Therefore, apart from launching battery technology, George has not yet promoted its injection molding machine technology. Because he was also afraid that he wouldn't be able to grasp it. However, George has already made a plan. If he can't beat you, he can definitely join you. As the saying goes, in the capitalist world, what matters is capital. As long as George has what they need, then a lot can be discussed. End of this chapter. Chapter 36 The Gold Mine of the Future. Chapter 36 The Gold Mine of the Future. The next day MIT was founded in 1861 and is located in Massachusetts, USA. It is a world-renowned private research university. The majors are famous for engineering and computer science, ranking among the top academic rankings of world universities. Others include physics, chemistry, economics, philosophy, political science, architecture, and other disciplines. In 1916, MIT moved to the shores of the Charles River in Cambridge, near Harvard University. George walked into this university for the first time without any sacred feeling or any kind of longing. Because, in George's current situation, it doesn't matter whether he goes to college or not. American universities have always been more practical. Therefore, people who study hard in school will not be popular. And you want to say, you opened a company and interned in a well-known company, that's no problem, you can take leave as long as you can submit a report when you return. After George arrived at the school, he first visited the current principal, Mr. Elihu Thompson. Then, under the interview of 4 teachers, a short speech was delivered. To put it simply, why I came back, what I have achieved, etc., is very boring. However, the school teacher was very satisfied with George and approved it on the spot. Then I informed George that he could register for classes on September 9. This is the reality of capitalist society. Studying in college in the United States is very luxurious. If you can't get a scholarship, you might as well just sleep. The cost of college will make you bankrupt. American parents really don't care about their children, except for the rich and Asians. Children after the age of 18 really need to support themselves. The middle class is slightly better off, but ordinary people really have no choice. Want to go to college? Very good, go work, study yourself. You can also serve as a soldier for 2 years. Then I would go to college with the money I got from being a soldier. In short, you can handle your own affairs by yourself. Also, do you think you can study in a good university if you have money? Wrong. This is just your basic condition. You also need a letter of introduction. The higher the status of the person you have chosen to apply for, the higher the status of the person who needs to give you a letter of introduction. Moreover, the more famous the university, the higher the tuition fee, so if you can't get the above 2, then, sorry, try to find out more about community colleges. Fortunately, George met all the conditions. Studying medicine in American universities is very troublesome. You don't need a bachelor's degree to become a doctor. You must get a doctorate to be qualified. Therefore, the doctor's name doctor also means doctor, which means that all doctors are doctors. In college, you first have to study pre-med courses, such as biology, biochemistry, etc., then take the medical school entrance exam, and then apply for medical school based on your score on the medical school entrance exam and your average grade in school. If you want to study medicine, it is better to study biology and human body first. As for the exams, they are various exams organized by the school and recognized by the academic community. The specifics will also change, but in the end there will definitely be a graduation exam and a license exam for employment, including experiments and theories, etc. Among them, There are also specialist and systemic types, which are very troublesome anyway. But, as George learned before, it's the test scores and practice reports that ultimately matter. George is not prepared to be a doctor seriously. He is just learning knowledge and finding a source for his next key project, otherwise he may really be devoured. Therefore, on the first day when George entered the school, he was not prepared to follow the school's plan and left step by step. Moreover, the advancement of the American undergraduate education system lies in its general education philosophy. This educational philosophy stipulates that American college students must receive a considerable general education before they can receive specialized education. General education includes the broad fields of art, humanities, social sciences, philosophy, and natural sciences. Therefore, when we apply to American universities, we usually choose an indeterminate major in the first 2 years, and then make a decision in the third year. During this period, you have 2 years for you to think and make choices. Even if you don't like the major you choose, you can apply to change majors in most schools. Therefore, with such a flexible mechanism, George wanted to be involved in multiple subjects. Anyway, he has a lot of time, so he can make money and go to school at the same time. His study is just a hobby, so there is not much pressure. After completing the interview, George returned to New York because Paul sent news that the current wheat futures price had dropped to US $0.96 per bushel. New York Stock Exchange the next day. Today's exchanges are still hot, and those who want to sell first are of course also those who want to balance their own company's stocks to save the market. George didn't stay down there any longer and went directly to the private room. Paul has arranged for his agent to be waiting. George told the broker to close the position. Until the market closes, the delivery is completed. After calculation, George bought a 1.96 million contract at a price of 1 per bushel. In other words, George directly made a net profit of $5,000 million US. By the way, isn't George afraid of government departments investigating? He really isn't. First, all his funding sources are legal and can be investigated. Second, he did not involve insider trading or market manipulation. Third, he did not go too far. George only used 10 times leverage. If he used higher leverage, he would be robbing the market. Therefore, George felt at ease with the $5,000 million in his pocket. Moreover, operations like this are what the Morgan family, the largest family on Wall Street, would do. The creed of the Morgan family is it is not the law that drives history, but money, just money. That night, George held a celebration party at the hotel. Of course, he only invited all employees of his company. The next day, the New York Financial News wrote the biggest headline, "The man who will become a multimillionaire fastest this year." It introduces in detail the history of George's fortune, including making money through gambling many times, and finally becoming famous in futures. Some reports called George a lucky boy, etc. Of course, some people introduced George as a new best-selling novel writer. Of course, this news was spread by Paul after a newspaper reporter called the company. Starting from this day, George will receive many invitations to charity galas or charity auctions. George did not respond to press interviews. However, Paul is still allowed to participate in some charity auctions in his own name in the future. Anyway, not only can you get some antiques back, but the amount spent on charity can also be tax deductible. Because George was not interested in politics, he worked hard in charitable organizations that had no political attributes, such as animal protection organizations and children's care organizations. This is the most basic and correct direction, because the United States is a strange country that values public morality but not private morality. The next day, George asked Paul to help him buy shares in Lincoln Motors on the stock market. Lincoln Motor Company was founded in 1917 by Henry Leland. Its brand name is named after U.S. President Abraham Lincoln. Leland developed the Lincoln L model before World War I. Although this model was excellent, the Lincoln L model also became a victim of the post-war economic recession, and sales plummeted by nearly half. During this period, we were experiencing another economic crisis, so the Lincoln Company was in trouble due to shareholders withdrawing funds and tax legal disputes. George remembered that Leland later begged the boss of the Ford company, Ford Sr., and later, with the persuasion of Ford Sr.'s son Edsel, Ford Sr. purchased the Lincoln Company for $19.22 million in February 2. Leland and his will serves as president and vice president. But almost immediately, the father and son had a dispute with Henry Ford over issues such as autonomy and shareholder responsibilities. Ford fired the Leland father and son and made Edsel president. Therefore, Lincoln is currently in its most difficult period, so George is preparing to take over this luxury car company at this time. With the vision of the previous life, are there any competitors in the field of vehicle model research and development? George could have Lincoln build all the classic luxury cars of later generations. Really make some limited edition models. A week later, George's acquisition also aroused feedback from the market. Now that all automobile industry stocks have fallen, there are still people taking the initiative to buy automobile stocks, which suddenly aroused the interest of some people. Some retail investors who held a small amount of Lincoln shares saw someone taking the order, so they hesitated and sold the order directly. This not only failed to pull up Lincoln's stock, but caused Lincoln's stock to fall again due to a large number of retail investors selling stocks. George did not hesitate and won all the sell orders. In fact, the circle on Wall Street is very small, and many things will be known once you inquire about them. George continued to buy Lincoln Company stocks, but some major shareholders who held stocks there were confused. Because if George sells a large amount at this time, even if no one takes the order, it will cause a panic and greatly reduce the value of the stocks in their hands. Therefore, someone contacted George through the relationship with Bank of America. George also said sincerely that he was willing to talk. Then we agreed to meet at the company 2 days later. Because September 9th is coming soon, he has to go to school, so he doesn't want to support him anymore. On the day of the meeting, George met Mr. Henry Leland, the founder of the Lincoln brand, and representatives of some major shareholders in the conference room. After the two parties exchanged greetings, they sat down separately. Leland spoke first. I heard Mr. Groman say before that Mr. Orwell is young and promising. When we met today, I realized that Mr. Orwell is so young. Mr. Leland deserves the prize. I just got lucky and won the bet. If you still have luck in the casino, then your choice in futures is not as simple as luck. Congratulations. Thank you. Let's get back to the topic. I don't know why Mr. Leland found me through Mr. Groman this time. That's right, because this year's automobile industry was affected by World War I, the stocks of automobile companies were declining, and we found that Mr. Orwell was buying a large amount of our company's stocks recently. So, I don't know, Orwell Mr. ER is just doing some operations, or he is really interested in our company and wants to hold it for a long time. So that's what happened. If that's the case, you also know that I made a little money in the stock market. But I have always relied on luck to achieve a little success. So I wanted to do some business. And because I have bought a Lincoln car and it is very comfortable to use. I have seen a lot of things happening in Lincoln recently. The stock price is very low. I am still very confident in your company. I also believe that under the leadership of Mr. Leland, Lincoln will have a great future. It has a very good future. So just keep some in your hands, and it doesn't matter if you lose. Well, that's right. In other words, you may not hold it for a long time, the shareholder representative sitting aside asked anxiously. Of course, Lincoln is not my company, so it depends on your future development. As a shareholder of Lincoln Company, I know that my company is in trouble right now, and small shareholders like myself are trying to figure out how to cash out. But I was afraid that selling the stocks altogether would cause the value of the stocks in my hands to plummet, so I kept hesitating. Now he finally saw a life-saving straw, so the representative of the small shareholders directly went past Leland and asked about what he had just said. George didn't want to make it too ugly. Since such representatives had handed over the ladder, George could just express his thoughts. What, do any of your shareholders want to sell the stock? If the price is right, I don't mind taking it. But, as a young man, I may be a little willful. That is, if I take over, I want to own all the shares. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I worked hard to create the Lincoln brand, and I will not hand it over to others. Leland said angrily. Mr. Orwell, are you telling the truth? I am willing to transfer the shares. This representative said. The two spoke at the same time and expressed their opinions. Well, it seems that the opinions are not unanimous. Okay, Mr. Leland, can we talk alone? George invited. Leland hesitated for a moment and said, okay. Wait a minute, everyone. Mr. Leland and I have something to talk about, so I'll take some of your time. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Convincing Leland. Chapter 37 Convincing Leland. George led Leland out of the conference room and did not find an empty room to talk to him alone. Instead, he took the car keys and led Leland to the underground parking lot. Arriving next to George's private car parked, George asked Leland, "Did you see anything?" Looking at the Lincoln parked in front of him, Leland didn't notice any difference in appearance from the black L-shaped car. So he said honestly, "I didn't see it." Then let's go in and experience the difference. After George said that, he picked up the door key, opened the cab door and sat in. At the same time, he opened the passenger door from the inside and invited Leland to get into the car. After the car was modified and no longer had to be cranked to start, George got his driver's license again, but he had a driver and didn't drive often. But today it is better to demonstrate it myself. As soon as Leland entered the passenger seat, he noticed something different, that is, there was a bulge on the passenger seat. It is connected to the seat body by two polished smooth steel pipes. After Leland sat down, he naturally wanted to put his head in this protruding position and found it very comfortable. This is called a headrest, which can provide good support to the head. It can also protect the neck of the passenger in the event of a collision and prevent fractures caused by inertia. It's really good, a very good invention. Leland nodded. So Mr. Leland, if I license the patent to automobile manufacturing companies now, how many companies do you think will use it? They should all adopt it. Yes, they will all adopt it, but can Lincoln still afford the patent fees now? Don't worry, you can read on. Leland looked down at the seat, then felt where George's fingers were with his hand, and found that the seat was in two sections. That is, the seat and backrest are separate. Leland naturally looked back to the side of the seat and found something like a small wrench. When I moved the small handle according to George's instructions, I found that the backrest of the seat fell backwards quickly. Able to lie flat all the time. It was restored to its original position under George's instructions. This is just a temporary modification by myself, so it is not perfect. There is still a lot of room for modification in the future. How about this technology? It can give the co-pilot a comfortable rest space. Also, look at the position of the seat. After saying that, he pointed to the position in front of the seat. There is a steel pole. Lifting up slightly, Leland immediately discovered that the bottom of his butt could move forward and backward at this time. It must be said that this invention once again surprised Leland. This can completely improve the comfort of the saddle and allow people to adjust it according to their own needs. Leland saw George adjust the position of the driving seat according to his body shape, and he understood the advantages of this technology. Judging from the technology contained in this seat alone, if Lincoln now wants to use these technologies in its own cars, some processes in the existing production line may have to be changed. Obtaining the right to use a patent is an expense, and modifying the production line is another expense. Leland is also asking himself, is the company really still coming to upgrade? If it is not upgraded and transformed, it will inevitably be eliminated. It may be too late to regret it at that time. Is there a way to use it without paying any money? Yes, that is to make George a shareholder, and the patent royalties can at least be deferred. But I am really not willing to hand over my company. George also saw Leland's struggle, and went on to say, if Mr. Leland agrees to the merger, I can leave you 5% of the shares, and I will use another 10% of the shares as the company's management dividend shares. And by appointing you as CEO, I will not interfere with your management of the company unless you make any mistakes that endanger the survival of the company." Seeing Leland's obvious expression of emotion, George then asked, "How about it, Mr. Leland? Can you think about it?" In fact, at this time, Leland had fully agreed to George's M&A plan, because there was nothing he could do if he disagreed. With the technologies George now possessed, he could acquire any smaller automobile manufacturing company to make it bigger. To put it simply, let your own car release a new car 2 months in advance, then wait for other car manufacturers to negotiate patents, and then modify the production line. It will still take about 4 months. Then your car will be at least 4 months ahead of others in the market. Once a certain image is formed, regardless of how many cars can actually be sold, it will be a huge benefit in the stock market. Therefore, after Leland thought about it for a while, Leland finally nodded and agreed to George's merger. "Mr. Leland, I have to say that you made the most correct choice. Next, please take a look at today's last and most important invention." Leland was stunned when he was told that, and the most important thing was. Then he looked at George's movements. Then he saw George continue to take out the key and insert it into a keyhole next to the driver's console. Originally, George planned to install it on the side of the car steering wheel like later generations, but the location was too small and it was inconvenient to modify, so he changed it to a relatively convenient place. Anyway, it is just a temporary modification and will be adjusted later during large-scale production. This car was later put into the Lincoln Automobile Exhibition Hall and was collected because of its special significance. Of course, this is something. With the twist of the key, the car started, then George put it in gear and stepped on the accelerator, and the car started moving. George drove outside for 10 minutes and returned to the previous parking space. "How about it, don't you regret it now?" "Yes, Mr. Orwell, you are so surprising to me. I have heard that someone launched a new battery at the previous Science and Technology Expo. I didn't expect that you have even made a physical product of the electric start technology. If it becomes popular, you change the entire automotive industry. As long as you are satisfied, then we have to hurry up." "Yes. Mr. Orwell, I agree to the merger and fully support you in getting all the shares of the company. Don't worry, my admission will always be valid. Besides, we still need to put on a show later. We can't let those speculators see anything." "Understood, Mr. Orwell. You should call the boss," Leland said. "Let's go, don't make them wait too long." By the time George and Leland returned to the conference room, people in the conference room had been waiting for more than 40 minutes. During this period, the most anxious people were the shareholder representatives, who were worried that they could not reach an agreement. If George gives up his shares any further, it will have a serious impact on the value of their shares. However, from the fact that Leland walked into the conference room with a smile on his face, it seemed that the outcome of the discussion between the two was not bad. But George's face looked ugly, which made the shareholder representative feel uneasy again. As soon as George entered the conference room, he said, "Okay, gentlemen. I have reached an agreement with Mr. Leland. I will acquire all the shares of Lincoln Company at today's stock price. Remember, I said all the shares. The delivery must be completed within 2 days, otherwise the merger plan will be invalid. I will write this in the contract." Then George looked at Paul. "Paul, you will draft the contract with Mr. Leland and the others today." He looked at Leland and said, "Okay, gentlemen, I'm going to school soon, so please hurry up and call all the shareholders to New York now. I hope to sign the contract the day after tomorrow. I will ask the bank to prepare the money." The representative opposite was naturally willing. They are speculators to begin with, and all auto industry stocks have fallen this year, causing them to lose a lot of money. They also don't want the likes of Ford and General Motors, which have big capital backing them. Now that I am able to leave, my losses will naturally be minimized. 2 days later, still in this conference room, George and 7 of Lincoln's shareholders all signed the share transfer document. George injected another $600 million into the company. In addition to the $450 million in acquisition funds paid to Lincoln, there was also the cost of handling the previous troubles for Lincoln after the share transfer, and the cost of modifying the production line. It also includes building an additional car seat processing plant next to the car plant. A company specializing in the production of car seats. This company is fully owned by George. He also needed to recruit R&D talents. George wrote down some of the seat functions he had seen in later generations on paper one by one as the research and development direction for future seats, and implemented them step by step. George's plan is that the electric start patent will be licensed to automobile manufacturing companies in the form of authorization in the future and charge patent fees. It is charged at 10% of the selling price of each vehicle. Seats can be purchased directly or by paying patent fees. A set of seats probably costs about 5% of a car. It can also be designed individually according to the car, and the seat material can be made of a variety of materials. These are the plans that Leland and I discussed in our free time over the past 2 days. The specific facts still need to be handled by Leland. What George likes most is to use money to buy shares and then let the founders of the company work for him. Because no one has more feelings for the company than the founder of the company. In the past 2 days, the two talked a lot, and they were highly consistent in their views on making luxury cars. So it was decided that Lincoln cars should become the luxury cars among luxury cars. For this purpose, George specially brought out future classic models such as Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Aston Martin, and Audi. Now that the patent has been registered in advance and produced, it will definitely be very popular. Alone, George didn't draw all the cars at once, he was just 10 years ahead. In this era, there were also sports cars for car racing, and they had been around for a long time. Aston Martin was founded in 1913. There are also various awards. Since we want to make a name for ourselves, Lincoln Motors will definitely actively participate in these events in the future. George only mentioned these to Leland, and the specific management still depends on him. Of course, all registered patents are global. George has been particularly careful about this from the beginning and must register it globally. It is better to spend more money than leave loopholes in the future. George also specifically asked Paul to hire a professional patent attorney to take charge of this matter. They will consider the company more carefully, and often they have certain talents. Like the Lockheed brothers, even if the management is not good, let them do the design. There is always room for them to play. Thanks to the book friend Smoking and Missing My Wife and the book friend Chenmadilla for their recommendation votes. Thank you all book friends for your collection. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, Company. Chapter 38 PepsiCo. The next day, Paul sent Pepsi-Cola Company information. Pepsi-Cola is headquartered in New York and has only about 1/10 of Coca-Cola's market share. It was not until later that PepsiCo used the strategy of increasing volume and reducing prices to secure the low-end market. Many poor people, especially black people, drink Pepsi-Cola for cheap, so it is also called Black Coke. Later, PepsiCo wanted Coca-Cola to acquire it 3 times. But unfortunately Coca-Cola did not agree. This situation lasted until after World War II, when Pepsi-Cola gradually caught up with Coca-Cola. By appointment, George met with Bradham, the current owner of Pepsi-Cola, this afternoon. "Hello, Mr. Bradham." "Hello, Mr. George Orwell. You have been everywhere in the news today, and I have read your book of Mice and Men. Thank you for your support. I'm here today because I also like drinks, so I want to see if Mr. Ham is willing to sell some shares." Ham saw the young man in front of him and thought that his words were really direct. "If you like drinks, shouldn't you invest in Pepsi-Cola? Well, it seems that the other party is indeed a major shareholder of Coca-Cola. Is it possible that he still wants to merge the two companies? It's not impossible. As far as we know, Mr. Orwell seems to be a major shareholder of Coca-Cola, right? I don't know why he is still interested in our company. Because changes in shareholders of listed companies need to be announced, this cannot be hidden from others. Oh, you also said that I am just the major shareholder. I want to have my own beverage company." Ham thought to himself, this is exactly the model of the nouveau riche. Everything he likes should be his own. Then, George continued, I am quite optimistic about Pepsi-Cola, and I have some ideas of my own. I have no interest in helping others make money, so if possible, I would like to start my own beverage company. Of course, for the enterprise to the original entrepreneurial team, I have always advocated that you should continue to manage the company. And I will leave you 10% of the shares. How about it? Then George made an offer of $120 million to acquire 75%. In fact, during this period, George had asked Paul to collect 7% in the stock market. Excluding the shares lost to the management, if he could get them all, he could arrange to withdraw. Market. Finally, after discussions between Ham and other shareholders, 3 days later it was finally agreed that PL would acquire Pepsi-Cola. Next, we have to complete delisting and other work. George did not make too many changes to Pepsi-Cola. His opinion on Ham was to reposition Ham from a younger perspective. He also drew the blue packaging of Pepsi-Cola 100 years from now. This was also Pepsi-Cola's own strategy after World War II. There is also the slogan, Pepsi makes you happy. Even if he follows the original trajectory, George will definitely make a profit. As for the can, it can be made now. However, one is that George has not registered a patent, and the other is that if there is a chance, he can complete the layout himself. It's just that the funds are still limited right now, so I won't consider it for the time being. Wait, that's okay. Things in New York are basically settled now. On the George came to MIT to register for admission. University life officially started, but George did not choose to live on campus. Instead, he bought a 3-bedroom apartment next to the school. Just bring your bags and check in. On that day, George just took out some of his commonly used things from the space and placed them, and filled the refrigerator with ingredients. There is no permanent nanny here, so I can only cook by myself. Fortunately, George has superb cooking skills, so he doesn't have to worry about eating at all. School no officially opened. The first 2 years were preparatory knowledge, so it was flexible. Moreover, George had studied some knowledge in the library when he was in Washington, so he quickly surpassed the regular pace and then went to study other things. Preparatory knowledge. Anyway, with George's current learning ability, these are nothing at all. Just like this, George would send 5 avatars with different appearances into the school library every day to learn other subjects. In this way, Georgian was a good student in school for a few days. On September 9, George received a call from Paul. Boss, I just received a call from Mr. Groman, the Vice President of the Bank of America. He sent you an invitation, inviting you to attend 14. There is a charity auction party to be held in New York on the evening of the 18th. He said that many high-class people will be there that night, and it will be a good opportunity to meet many friends. You must come. Well, okay, I understand. Send the invitation directly to my home. Okay, boss. George put down the phone and couldn't help but think that someone was looking for him through Groman, and this person's status was not low. Then why is he looking for himself? He must have taken a fancy to what he had in his hands. In his own hands, he has now obtained patents and is known to outsiders. The only ones worthy of others' attention are 3 battery patents and the electric starting technology of cars. George's original plan was to wait until December to discuss the matter. Because at the beginning of this year, General Motors stock split at a ratio of 10:1. After the stock split, each share was $42. Durant, who owns at least several million shares of General Motors, became one of the richest people in the United States. But then in April, auto stocks began to lead the market in decline, just as stocks with the latest technology always do in the market. Originally, Durant could wait patiently for the end of this decline, but out of the desire to protect his investors and employees, he stubbornly tried to support the market alone. And this naive approach, as Alfred P. Sloan, another important figure at General Motors, said, his chances of success were as slim as standing at the top of Niagara Falls and trying to stop the falls with his hat. Durant began buying GM stock on the exchange and paying margin to amplify his purchasing power. In those days, you only needed to pay 10% of the stock price as a margin to buy stocks, and the brokerage company would advance the shortfall. This approach is of course a huge profit when the stock price rises, but if the stock price falls. In 1920, when almost every stock was falling, brokers would demand more and more collateral. If the client did not have collateral of sufficient value, the broker would sell his stock at a low price. The customer will not suffer huge losses. In this great game, the rules of the game have always been the same, risks and rewards match. But by the end of October, GM's stock price had fallen to $10 per share. By May 17, the stock price was only $10, which was 14/4 of the price in April. Durant, who was once extremely wealthy in name, has now reached the end of his life. But Durant wasn't a pathetic guy, and he didn't tell anyone he was in trouble. But Wall Street has long been the world's biggest rumor mill, and GM's other investors, such as DuPont and Morgan Bank, had heard about it and demanded that Durant tell them the truth. Finally, on November 11, Durant told the truth. At this time, Durant had a notice in his hand requesting an increase in deposit, requiring Durant to pay a deposit of $16 when the market opened the next day, but this could only enable him to barely pass. Unfortunately, the next day, GM stock fell again to $13.50, triggering a new avalanche of margin calls for Durant. Morgan Bank and DuPont knew that if Durant could not hold on and sold his General Motors stock on the market, it would be disastrous for their interests in General Motors and for the entire General Motors company. So, it decided to help Durant and rescue him from his well-intentioned folly by lending him enough money to pay the deposit and pay off his debt to his agent. As a result, they succeeded in preventing a major crisis that was almost certain to occur, but Durant lost almost all of his GM stock, a total of 300 million shares, which became the assets of Morgan Bank and DuPont. In fact, there is a conspiracy here. The DuPont family is setting up a trap for Durant and wants to replace Durant as the president of General Motors. Because after Durant left GM, the DuPont family quickly took over the board of directors, and Morgan Bank obtained most of Durant's shares. They both win and Durant is out. George's original plan was to take a ride and begin slowly buying GM stock in November. Durant likes to see this situation the most, because George is equivalent to him bailing out the market. In other words, George went directly to Durant to talk and asked him to use his stocks as collateral to lend him money. At this time, George took out the battery and electric starting technology to talk to the two chaebol. It is equivalent to exchanging the immediate profits for an opportunity to join a chaebol. However, now that George's plan has not been implemented, someone has begun to take action. Compare Leland and George from Lincoln and you can see the difference. Leland also found George through Groman, but Groman only had someone call him to inform him. This guy, please help me with the invitation directly. This shows that the identity is different. As for why George guessed it was General Motors or even the Morgan family, that's very simple. Because the nickel-iron battery was invented by Edison before, and behind Edison was the Morgan family. In the past, they didn't pay much attention to the battery because it had too many shortcomings, but just for its application in the automotive industry, they would earn a large amount of patent royalties every year. And as a complete product, as a big chaebol, there is no shortage of think tanks, and we can definitely see the future prospects. So no surprise, someone from General Motors should be dating me. I just don't know who will come. After taking leave from school, George returned to New York in the afternoon on the 15th. Now that I'm back, I just arranged to go to the stock exchange tomorrow and try to buy some GM shares. In this way, I can also express my intention to cooperate. So, the next morning, George, accompanied by Paul, came to the trading company. After getting off the car, George looked across. Because opposite the New York Stock Exchange is the Morgan Bank, the building is also quite grand. Entering the box, he was still the broker he arranged before. The opening price in the morning was 16.5 yuan per share, and there were a large number of sell orders. George bought 12 shares at this price before 20 o'clock and paid a deposit of $40. George, it is estimated that the shares in his hands now account for about 0.8% of General Motors, which has raised General Motors stock to 17 yuan per share. Because George knew that he didn't have time to slowly collect stocks. Since he couldn't do it secretly, he just made it clear. Fortunately, Durant was in front of him now, so the pressure was not there. It will be huge. As for whether he would disrupt the other party's plan and suffer retaliation, George was not afraid of this for the time being. I also bought it with real money, and I will see if I can buy more in the next 2 days. Anyway, the previous 5,000 million was also prepared for this time. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Explosion. Chapter 39 Explosion. The market was closed at noon. George invited Finance and Paul to dine out. As soon as they walked into a restaurant opposite the financial department of Wall Street, they heard a bang and explosion. All the glass in the restaurant burst, and people screamed to avoid the crystal glass falling from the roof. The smoke and dust from the explosion have begun to spread, making it difficult to see clearly. At this time, George had naturally reacted and was about to pull the two people next to him to hide under the dining table. As soon as George turned around, he saw a row of cars that had just stopped on the other side of the road. 3 of them suddenly accelerated away. This is very strange. Normally, the reaction to an explosion is to hide, so why do you rush in? What's even more interesting is that George found that 3 cars immediately filled the position of the car just now. The whole process went smoothly. 3 cars were still 3 cars, as if nothing had happened. The glass fell just in that moment. Now there were many injured people in the restaurant. George pulled the 2 of them out from under the table, just in time to see 2 people running out of the car that had just stopped, and left quickly. This was because George's eyesight was different after undergoing transformation. Otherwise, he would not be able to see anything clearly in such a huge amount of smoke and dust. George asked the 2 of them to help take care of the wounded who fell on the ground. They didn't react until George called Paul and them twice. They were still blind from the explosion until George pulled them into the dining room table. He told them again to help the wounded before he walked into the restroom of the restaurant. Then he walked to the restaurant bathroom and saw that there was a window in the bathroom, so he created a clone. Let the clone go out to rescue the wounded with Paul and the others, while the main body turns into a bird and flies out of the window. As soon as the birds fly outside, they fly to high places first, because they can see farther at high places. Just after flying over the height of the smoke, George saw a car that had driven out before preparing to turn. They saw that the cars were 3 enclosed trucks, driving towards the distance at a very fast speed. George knew that this kind of truck was a modified escort truck. However, what George didn't understand was why he didn't drive in after passing a police station just now, but continued driving further away. Everything today was weird. First there was an explosion, and then there was a car change. This was obviously the trick of the golden cicada to escape from its shell. George, who had been baptized by the information explosion of later generations, immediately figured out what was going on. So, looking at it this way, there must be something good in the escort car in the middle. Now George was interested. Watching 3 cars circling a remote road from a distance in the sky, George finally discovered that they had not driven too far, but parked in a warehouse in a construction site that had been suspended. George discovered that several people got off the 3 vehicles. After the last person locked the warehouse door, several people walked out of the construction site, got into 2 corresponding vehicles and left. George watched the car go away, flew in through the ventilation opening of the warehouse, circled around several cars, and found no one in the warehouse before revealing himself. George didn't waste any time, put all 3 cars into the space, and then flew back to the restaurant. I found an opportunity to change into a clone. Then proceed to rescue the injured together with the uninjured people. The police here have arrived, but they did not enter the scene. Instead, they blocked all intersections with their cars. By this time, the dust had dissipated, and someone shouted to the police, "Hey, officer, we need help here." The scene was in chaos, with screams and screams happening one after another. I heard the police officer blocking the intersection shout, "Everyone, Please stay where you are. We will send people in for rescue immediately. Please stay where you are and wait for rescue. Then we saw a large number of armed police entering the neighborhood. After the rescuers arrived, they immediately arranged to carry the injured out. Those who were not injured, like George and others, were also collectively taken into cars. George and the others left early because they were right at the corner of the street. I was taken directly to the police station at noon. Because there were many people and the police force was limited, I asked questions one by one. George's position was relatively forward, so he was asked first. At this time, George had taken off his clothes that were stained with blood when he rescued people. Although he still looked a little dirty, it was not difficult to see a unique temperament from his clothes. The tone of the questioning female police officer softened a bit. Hello, may I ask your name? My name is George Orwell. Age? 16 years old. Profession? He is a student, he is also in business, and he has published a book, so he can be considered a writer. Which school did you study in? What business did you do, and what book did you write? It can be seen that this incident is not simple. It is Wall Street. The center of America's economic center. Just because the trading center was closed for half a day due to this explosion, we don't know how much money we lost. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, George thought it would be better to tell the truth honestly. So George honestly confessed all his information. Of course, he said everything he should say and nothing he shouldn't. Fortunately, they asked some simple questions. After George saw that there were no problems and signed, he informed George not to leave New York in the past week without special reasons, and then let George leave. Fortunately, George's car was parked far away, so George could still take a ride home. After several people sat back in the car, Paul said, "Boss, thank you for saving me in the restaurant just now." The agent also quickly thanked him. "It doesn't matter, it's just what we can do. Just be fine." It was almost, just almost. The man in front of us was hit by the chandelier on the roof and fell to the ground. I also saw blood all over his face. I don't know if I can save him. Then the agent people's hearts said with lingering fear. Yeah. I'll ask the driver to take you back later. Just have a good rest this afternoon. Okay, boss. Thank you, Mr. Orwell. After George got home, he asked the driver to take Paul back. He first ordered the kitchen to make a lunch, and then went back to the room to take a shower and change clothes. The clothes from before were stained with blood, so they had to throw them all away. After changing clothes and going downstairs to take out lunch, George came to the study alone. After pouring himself a glass of whiskey and sitting on the chair, George was ready to take a look at what was hidden in the escort car. George put his mind into the space. Because George had not extracted items in the past few months, he felt that the energy in the space was much richer. However, George did not do more research and continued to focus on the income escort truck. The door of the escort vehicle opened directly, and George could see that there were pieces of gold bricks placed inside the carriage. In one thought, a gold brick appeared in George's hand. There are many logos on it. To put it simply, this piece is the reserve gold of the Federal Reserve, and one piece weighs 12.5 kilograms. George silently estimated that there should be a total of 30 tons of gold in the car. In 1920, 1 ounce of gold cost $30. The value of 30 tons is only $3,170 million. The price of gold fluctuates, but the difference is not much. After calculating the value of gold in the space, George suddenly lost his composure. If there were more than 3,000 million in these 3 cars, how much gold would be in those cars on the road? Isn't this a typical case of losing the watermelon and picking up the sesame seeds? George instantly felt that these 30 meals of gold no longer tasted good. Wait, not necessarily. If you have space, you can put items into it instantly. This one contains 12.5 kilograms of gold nuggets, which is not that easy to transport. However, no matter what, you still have to take a look to feel at ease. Open the window of the study, and a clone will appear in the shadow and stay in the study. The main body turned into a bird again and flew to Wall Street. At the speed of a bird, we quickly returned to where we parked this morning. By this time, there were no escort vehicles left. Just when George was disappointed, he saw black trucks coming out of the underground parking lot next to him. It was the same escort vehicle as before. George flew in the direction of the car and found that the underground parking lot was very large. Many people in blue overalls were unloading gold from a vehicle. As soon as a car becomes available, drive away and another car will come. Okay, how do you get in there? Turn into a mouse, it can change, but have you ever seen a place where gold is stored with rats? Now turning into a bird is the limit. Just like that, George didn't dare to fly inside. This was not Wakanda, and it was normal to have a bird. This is Wall Street, and it's still underground. If anyone with a gun shoots him, thank you. Even if you can't kill him, he will be exposed. That's not wrong. Just as George was staying on the roof of a nearby car, a man in a suit came out, standing out among all the work clothes. Others were also in awe of this man, and many greeted him, but this man just nodded and did not speak. A few people walked around for a few times. Maybe they were addicted to smoking, so they took out their cigarettes and prepared to light them. However, his location is at an intersection. There were cars leaving, but the man ordered it twice and didn't light it. At this time, the man was about to walk towards a shady place on the side. George saw that this was an opportunity to make a split-second decision. As soon as the opponent walked to the corner, George appeared from behind the opponent. The other party was knocked unconscious by George before he could react. George's attack was very serious this time, and he probably wouldn't be able to wake up for a few hours. George turned into the other person's appearance, took out a rope from the space and tied the other person up. Although you are not afraid of the other party suddenly waking up, safety is the most important thing, and it is better to use more methods. He also blocked the other person's mouth, but also took the cigarette case from the other person's hand. Use your feet to kick the opponent into the bottom of the car next to you. After lighting the cigarette, turn around and return to the place where the gold is transported. Smokes. This was the first time in his life, but he was also a heavy smoker in his last life. As soon as George stopped by a car, he saw another man in a suit coming out of the room over there. The man walked up to George and whispered, "John, you ran out to smoke again. Don't you know something big happened today? Now the captain asked me to hold up the internal transportation. Don't worry about it." Someone secretly told the captain, but it's not like I'm sitting on the bench now. George didn't know the other person's name, so he could only say him as an answer. Then he put out the half-smoked cigarette and put it into his cigarette case. He didn't throw it out casually, not only because there was no trash can, but more importantly, he had actually smoked this cigarette. There is no DNA test now, but it is still a flaw. George followed the other party and walked inside together. This man told a lot of information without George asking any questions along the way. It turns out that they are special security personnel belonging to the Federal Reserve, and they are responsible for accepting this batch of gold worth $1 million today. But I didn't know that there was a problem with that part, and this explosion occurred. Because they offended the captain, they were assigned here only to be responsible for warehousing, but they escaped unscathed. Now the captain and everyone else on the team are still under review. So now they are the only ones left here. Ignoring the colleagues' nagging, the two followed the employee who was consigning gold and passed through 3 doors to a larger hall. There are shelves in this hall. The shelves are not high, and there is a layer of gold on each shelf. The two of them watched the group of people in work clothes carefully carrying the gold nuggets. After a while, the man looked at a shelf that was still empty and said, "Well, the shipment is almost finished. Put it here tonight, and tomorrow you can slowly count and weigh it, and then put it into storage." Then he stretched out his hand. Stretched. George looked at these men in work clothes and estimated that they were moving the most valuable bricks, gold bricks. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 Make a Fortune. Chapter 40 Make a Fortune. The two waited for a while, and the last shelf was almost full. There are also 2 brick movers using pulleys to place the gold bricks. Of course it was on pulleys and had to be moved, with gold worth $30 million. At $3,000 an ounce, that's 12.5 million ounces. A gold brick weighs 68,000 kilograms, which is gold bricks. It is not exhausting to death. Okay, just watch here. It's my turn to go out and have a cigarette. After the last car is finished, you can lock the door and come out. I'll wait for you outside. Hee, I'll treat you to dinner later. Yeah, George nodded, and the man didn't pay attention and went out directly. After George waited for the last workers to leave, he quickly ran between the shelves. As he passed by, all the shelves disappeared. Then, it was collected quickly. George walked to the door and locked it from the outside. Fingerprints don't exist, and the fingerprints he left behind after his transformation are not his own. When he came to the last iron gate, his colleague was leaning against the door waiting for him. After seeing him come out, he took the initiative to lock the last door and said, "Okay, let's go, it's getting late. After the handover is completed tomorrow, we will have a good drink." Seeing that George still didn't say anything, the man came again. "Aren't you still angry with the supervisor? That's useless, who will let others take care of us? Let's go." After that, he was about to walk to a car. "I'm leaving now. If I have something to do tonight, I won't see you off. See you tomorrow." Then I saw the man opening the car door and taking out a rocker, shaking it in circles, and then drove away. To be honest, when he said it just now, George was already ready to knock him out. Although there were 2 security guards with guns in their waists on the left and right sides of the door, it was really easy to deal with them. Well, no need for that now. George passed through 2 security checks again and walked out of the underground parking lot smoothly. Walking out of here, George felt amazing. I didn't expect to get the gold so easily, it's a bit incredible. George found that there were still people searching for something on this road. After George walked out of this street, he found a deserted corner, transformed and left. After returning to the study and dispersing the clones, George breathed a sigh of relief. I put my mind into the space and looked at the gold filling the space. This is the first time in my life that I have seen so much. The problem now is that it seems that this is not worth the money. This is gold worth 30 million. And George is sure that even the Morgan Consortium is not worth the money. George remembered a report in his previous life. After the Great Depression in the 70s, the Morgan family's property dropped from more than 4 million to more than million. That is the accumulation of 3 generations of the Morgan family. Forget it, once you enter his space, it's his. It's quite fun to leave it alone and look at it. After the few tons of vibranium, there are hundreds more tons of gold in the space. Reconsidering the whole thing, someone knew about the transfer of gold worth million from the Federal Reserve in advance, and then prepared to take advantage of the explosion on Wall Street to get away with part of it. It is not yet known whether the people who carried out the explosion are the same as those who want to take away the gold. Maybe it was because he was lucky, but then he was intercepted by George, twice. George not only intercepted the first 3 cars, but also intercepted the Federal Reserve. It seemed that something could be done here, and then late at night, George left the villa again and placed the 3 escort vehicles in the space at an unmanned intersection. As the saying goes, everything you pass by must leave traces. As a good guy, George is obliged to provide clues to the police. As for the follow-up, he can just watch the show. The next day, almost all newspapers were reporting on yesterday's bombing. But the detailed report only appeared in newspapers 3 days later. According to reports, while hundreds of Wall Street employees were out having lunch that day, a horse-drawn carriage pulled up in front of J.P. Morgan Chase, the world's most powerful banking institution. The carriage carried 45 kilograms of explosives, a 230-kilogram cast iron hammer and a timed explosive device. With a loud noise, the horse and carriage instantly broke into pieces, and cast iron fragments flew everywhere. The powerful explosion turned the financial center of the United States into a mess, killing 38 people and injuring more than 300 people. The explosions could be heard throughout Lower Manhattan and across the East River in Brooklyn. The smoky streets were littered with broken glass, fallen walls, and bodies. The few memories of the coachman and carriage were vague and almost useless. The NYPD reconstructs the bomb and its fuse, but there is much debate about the nature of the explosive, and all of the potential ingredients are relatively common. For days, the police, Secret Service, and FBI were all at a loss. Since no person or group has claimed responsibility for the bombing, the NYPD considered a number of motives for the bombing, and even assassinated John Pierpont Morgan Jr., but was ultimately ruled out because he was not in the United States at the time of the attack. Some people also believe that the explosion may be related to robbery. On that day, gold bars worth $9 million were transported to the nearby Ministry of Finance branch building. This one is relatively close, but it seems that the loss of million gold bars has not been disclosed. But there is no direct evidence for either speculation. A pile of anarchist flyers was also found yesterday in a mailbox a block off Wall Street. The leaflet was clearly printed, "We can't tolerate it anymore, release all political prisoners, otherwise death will be yours." The leaflet was signed, "Anarchists." The targets of police suspicion were political radicals and anarchists from abroad, especially Italians, Russians, and Jews. As of today, the matter has not been determined. In the past 3 days, George had already asked 3 times. Except for the first time he went to the police station, the other 2 times were at his home. The banquet was also postponed to the night of the 20th. In the past 2 days, George continued to collect some General Motors shares on the exchange as planned. Because of the explosion, the price dropped. However, thanks to George's efforts, the price per share is still around $17. George purchased nearly 1% more GM stock. Now George owns a total of 1.8% of GM stock, and can be considered a small shareholder. It's just that the proportion is relatively small, so it doesn't need to be announced yet, but this cannot be hidden from some people's eyes. After receiving this, George did not continue. Although he wanted to join GM, there was no need to offend people to death. On the evening of the 20th, George wore a pure black handmade suit to attend the cocktail party. The economy is not going well this year, but it is not a big problem for some really big plutocrats like Morgan. But for the ordinary working class, it is a big problem. Big chaebol can relieve market pressure by cutting leaks, telling small and medium-sized enterprises to get out of business and free up the market. Therefore, this whole year, the number of bankruptcies in the United States increased by more than 19 times compared with 1.5, and the number of bank failures also increased by more than 6 times. The number of unemployed people soared to 430 million, and the unemployment rate among workers rose from 19-20% in 7 to 23%. Real wages for employed workers have also fallen significantly. Workers want better protection. However, this is against the backdrop of economic depression. It is absolutely impossible for the capitalists to give in, because they are also gritting their teeth and persisting. In the United States after World War I, all the big chaebols were interested in some livelihood technologies, so after this short economic crisis, it was quickly stabilized. Also because the war had just ended, although the large chaebols were involved in the military industry, they also abandoned many small and medium-sized enterprises. George laid out the military industry after seeing this opportunity. What George picked up was equivalent to what those big plutocrats had discarded. It was just that George picked up gold from a pile of garbage because of his knowledge in his previous life. If we push it back 10 years, by 1930, the economy began to experience obvious instability, and it was basically impossible to continue to want to do military industry. Because Americans also believe in using the guns in their hands to protect their rights and interests. George met Mr. Groman at this so-called gathering of New York's upper-class celebrities. When Groman saw George again, he couldn't help but sigh. In just a short time, this young man's assets have doubled again. In terms of total assets, many big families may be richer than him, but in terms of liquidity, George's current funds are definitely among the top. Congratulations, George. Thank you, Mr. Groman. The party tonight is very lively. After introducing a group of celebrities to George, he left some free time for George to socialize with them. When these people knew that George was the latest best-selling novel author, they became even more enthusiastic. That's how it would be in America, if George, in his capacity as a best-selling novelist, went to celebrity gatherings with Groman. Then, George's ranking and popularity must be greater than Groman. After a while, Groman appeared again and said to George, "You should appear in places like this more often in the future. After all, you are still young and you will be very popular here." Haha. Well, George admitted that he had misjudged this old man. He was still making such a joke with him at such an old age. "Yes, I will always integrate in the future, but I have just started school, and this time it has been delayed for a long time because of the explosion." "Young man, be patient. You still have a lot of time. Come on, I'll introduce you to a guest." Groman helped George introduce Durant from General Motors, whose arrival was something George did not expect. George originally thought it would be from the Morgan family. Even if there was a small person in charge, George would understand. But if Durant is here, don't DuPont and the Durant family know that they are acquiring General Motors shares? Are your actions not obvious enough? After completing the introduction task, Groman said goodbye and left. Only George and Durant are left. "Why, are you surprised to see me?" Durant said first. "Well, to be honest, a little bit. I thought it was the Morgan family who came. After all, they were the direct beneficiaries of the battery business before. They came back to find you, but I came first." "You mean, you're not here for the technology in my hands?" "Yes and no. Come on, let's talk somewhere else." The two came to the balcony, took a sip of the cocktails in their hands, and said, "The battery technology in your hand is now something they are determined to get, so they must find someone to check it out before making a real offer. Since someone visited you before, and you clearly expressed your willingness to cooperate, then it is a matter of more money and less money. So, I will take on this errand. Come and talk to you first." After a brief pause, he continued, "Originally, it was another person from the Morgan family who came, but after I learned from a friend that you were purchasing shares of General Motors, I wanted to meet you first. May I know why?" "Before answering your question, can you tell me why you acquired a large number of GM shares in the stock market?" "Of course it's because I'm optimistic about GM's future." "Well, thank you for your confidence in GM. In other words, you are prepared to hold it for a long time. But have you ever thought about what will happen if GM stock continues to fall?" "I have no choice about this, because you are the ones at the helm of GM, and it is up to you to decide where it will go. However, I already own 1.8% of the shares. If the value of the shares goes up, I will make a profit, and if it goes down, I will make a loss. I can still afford to lose this amount of money. You know, I am a big gambler." "Okay, I understand what you mean. So do you dare to bet bigger?" "How to bet?" "I will use all the stocks in my hand to give you a low price at half the price, and you will lend me a loan. Once the price is lower than 70% of the current price, all my stocks will belong to you. In other words, you will get 20% of the price difference for free. Of course, if it rises, everyone will make money, and 50% of the profit will belong to you. It can be said that you are guaranteed to make a profit without losing anything. The conditions are very favorable. However, I do not accept any cash offers for battery patents. I only accept joint cooperation. Moreover, my cooperation conditions are for Morgan Bank and DuPont. I want both of their companies. Some of the shares can be negotiated. So if possible, I would like to ask Mr. Durant to help convey it." End of this chapter.